Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
Why can't I pray in school?
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
Why am I called names because I believe in marriage the way God designed it?
Some even call us hateful,
hypocrites,
unloving,
closed-minded,
bigots.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
The football coach at Ridgeland High School in Georgia was investigated by the school board.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist?
He allowed local churches to feed his football team. In public school, I'm called lesbian
or gay
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself for marriage.
In public school, dating is an obligation.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
Bullying is common.
What we see in our health classes,
sex education,
4th grade and up,
is pornography.
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
In public school, people believe Christians are goody-goods and boring.
Dirty jokes fill the hallways between classes.
During class,
before school, at lunch,
after school, on the bus, off the bus.
Get the idea?
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
In school, prayer and pledge to the flag was welcomed and appreciated.
No one would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
America was once a force for good.
America was once the hope for the world.
What happened?
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
In 1963, the courts ruled the Bible unconstitutional,
saying that if the 10 Commandments were read in school,
a student might feel inclined to follow them.
Really?
For over 50 years, Christians have been unwilling to get involved.
People who do not love our God
have stolen our country.
Jesus said we are salt and light.
Salt and light melt ice.
It is time for a thaw.
President Ronald Reagan called America a shining light on a hill, a beacon of hope for the world to see.
We are going to let our little American lights shine.
Through the power of Jesus Christ, we proclaim today.
We refuse to be frozen out of the public square. Our voices will be heard.
Let's reverse it. Fix it.
We are going to turn it around.
This is a call to our generation.
We are calling on the youth of America to join us.
At ReachAmerica, we are creating a Christ-centered counterculture, a C4 community.
A place filled with Christian teens on a mission
to reach America and our friends for Christ.
Christ and our country matter to us.
At ReachAmerica, we are learning to lead our generation.
We are servants, encouragers.
We are learning to hear God's voice and adjust our lives to His will.
God is changing our lives.
We are building life-changing relationships.
We are a family.
We are a team. We are an army.
Christ is our commander.
His will is our charge.
We are impacting our friends,
our families, our community,
our state, our country.
We are in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
And we know it.
Failure is not an option.
We are going to win this war.
If God be for us,
who can be against us?
The thaw has begun.
High school Christian teens,
join us.
Join us. Join us at ReachAmerica.
In the fight for our generation.
For our nation.
For our future.
In America,
we still hold these truths to be self-evident.
That all men are created equal.
That they are endowed by their Creator
with certain unalienable rights.
That among these are life,
liberty,
and the pursuit of happiness.
Join the movement at ReachAmerica.
Let's reach our communities.
Let's reach our states.
Let's reach America.
Adults, please pray for us.
Support us.
And get involved.
Together, looking to Christ as a strength, the Thaw will be complete, and America will be one nation under God. Again.
Around 70% of people profess themselves to be Christian in the United States. That means that Christianity is the most dominant religion in this nation. Because we are granted the freedom to practice our own religions under our Constitution, this should not be a problem, until we get to Christianity in schools. The idea of separation of church and state extends all the way back to the Founding Fathers. In fact, Thomas Jefferson utilized this phrase when discussing the Establishment Clause in Article 1 of the Constitution. This separation, in effect, allows people who are employed underneath the government, such as teachers and administrators, to view students impartially and not discriminate against them if they practiced religions that are not Christianity. However, this openness is falsely ascribed as being discriminatory, according to this plucky video by ReachAmerica called The Thaw, who invite brainwashed kids to spout inaccuracies about our history and make other practicing Christians look bad by making the religion of Christianity a victim of growing oppression. Apparently, we're having another civil rights battle on our hands. I'll listen in and I'll see what I have to say about it.
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
Even though 70% of us are practicing Christians. Sounds completely accurate to me.
Why can't I pray in school?
Because Engel v. Vitale happened.
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
No one is forcibly telling you to not act Christian. Any education center, such as a school, should not reject or disallow student attendance based on race, gender, sexuality, and religion. And I believe the Establishment Clause in Article 6 of the Constitution say clearly why such education centers are secular.
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
Because we cannot prove God exists. True, wars were fought in the name of God or in the name of certain religions during tense periods of history. See the Crusades, the Reconquista, St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre, the Muslim Wars, and so forth. But unless you can give me empirical proof that God himself instigated events in history, we cannot say God did it.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
Creationism has been proven wrong thousands of times over because no one has given any physical evidence of creationism. If you tell me that the world was created in 6,000 years, you have the burden of proof. Usually most fundamentalist Christians refer to the Bible and say the Bible is accurate scientifically, or they say that many evolutionists are wrong in their claims. The fact we discovered transitional forms, proved speciation happens, and legitimately found bones in Africa that show we descended from simpler hominids says evolution is the prevailing theory. I'm sorry that science relies on proof and reproducible experiments in order to determine what is right and wrong. If you don't like it, then how about you produce proof that creationism happened, or at least understand what the word theory actually means?
Why am I called names because I believe in marriage the way God designed it?
Well, I'm sorry, but the Judeo-Christian God is discriminatory. I know God says that gay marriage is an abomination in Leviticus, but again, all you are saying is that the Bible says this, therefore it is right. Marginalizing people in the general public probably doesn't help if the point of your video is to garner support, unless you're pandering to bigots.
Some even call us hateful, hypocrites,
Unloving.
Close-minded.
Bigots.
It doesn't apply to all of Christianity, but some of you Christians are all of the following. You are bigoted, hateful, and cruel to other people, whether they practice other religions, are agnostic or atheist, believe in evolution, or are of different sexual orientations. Not to mention, some Christians are overwhelmingly adamant in their beliefs and refuse to listen to the other side of the argument, even if incontrovertible evidence is being thrown in their faces. It is nothing more than immaturity and stubbornness.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
The football coach at Ridgeland High School in Georgia was investigated by the school board.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist?
He allowed local churches to feed his football team.
First of all, convincing acting, guys, and I appreciate the sarcasm. Second of all, Coach Mariakis, the man you're referring to, was investigated because he invited several churches to fund a school-based activity that is run by the school. The school is an institution that is secular and impartial. To say that a school is supporting one religion by allowing churches to fund the school opens the floodgates for many issues. Why can't synagogues fund school teams? What about mosques? What about people who practice other religions? What about people who are agnostic or atheist? Why does Christianity get an automatic free pass because the coach is Christian? Conveniently ignoring how myopic your points are doesn't help your case either.
In public school, I'm called lesbian
Or gay.
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself for marriage.
In public school, dating is an obligation.
No, no, and even more no. Do the teachers forcibly sanction dating on all students? Do the teachers say that students are gay or lesbian because students are saving themselves for marriage? Of course not. So where does this stem from? Obviously, other students who are being dolts and bullies are actively seeking to bully and get a reaction. Sadly, you are overreacting to these people. Ignoring them or telling other adults is the best solution to these problems. If they persist, speak to a guidance counselor. Using schoolyard bullying as a pretext to make Christianity the victim of oppression is absolutely weak.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
Bullying is common.
I believe the girl ironically had the ultimate rejoinder to the other whiny boy's complaint. Bullying is not just restricted to Christian students. What about gay and lesbian students who are constantly bullied? What about those attacked by racial or sexual slurs? Do you think students that commit suicide in response to this bullying should be ignored or forgotten? This is again ignorance at work, and it's absolutely repulsive.
What we see in our health classes,
Sex education.
4th grade and up.
Is pornography.
Oh no! You saw private parts! Somebody call the thought police because apparently this...
Now you might have noticed that already, but you notice it much more when they're in the bath. First of all, they're different sizes. They're different shapes, and they have different parts to their bodies. This is important because it's those different parts that help your mother and your father to make you.
Is pornography! I'm sorry health classes are being honest with you. Should they continue recounting the tried and true stork story up until your freaking graduation?
Now you know that none of these stories are true. You know that, right?
Why hide yourself from the truth, especially one that describes where you bloody come from?
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
Are they making fun, or are they just trying to have a rational discussion and you're overreacting to their questioning? I'm sorry that abortion is a serious and divisive issue, and I'm sorry people disagree. Live with it. You're going to deal with that for the rest of your life.
In public school, people believe Christians are goody-goods and boring.
Dirty jokes fill the hallways between classes.
During class,
Before school. At lunch. After school.
on the bus, off the bus.
Get the idea?
Oh no! Other students are being immature and ridiculous! So let's make a big deal out of real life and treat ourselves as victims who can't do anything about the problem aside from complain. I know this is a bit harsh to say, but if these things are a genuine concern, may I suggest telling other people rather than martyring yourself like in this video? I don't mean tell other people like in the video, but tell teachers and adults who can help you with the situation. It really is insulting to your character and your self-worth, I swear.
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
As the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslim men, and as the said states never entered into any war or act of hostility against any Mohammedan nation, it is declared by the parties that no pretext arising from religious opinions shall even produce an interruption of the harmony existing between the two countries. Article 11 of the Treaty of Tripoli, signed by John Adams in 1797. Last I checked, John Adams was a founding father of this great nation, so I guess he didn't believe we were a Christian nation. And this is if we ignore the glaring fact that some founding fathers like Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Paine were deists, not Christian. Lacking knowledge in American history further hurts your case, guys. Can't wait to hear more misconceptions.
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
In school, prayer and pledge to the flag was welcomed and appreciated.
First of all, Engel v Vitali. And second of all, we still have the Pledge of Allegiance recited in schools. You're just mad because people are questioning the under God phrase added in 1954, decades after the original pledge was written in 1892.
Of course, it was added in response to religious groups pressuring the president and Congress to adopt it, and because the president was Presbyterian, why not? Besides, the allegiance hasn't been changed in close to 60 years, so I do not see what your problem is.
No one would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
America was once a force for good.
America was once the hope for the world.
Honestly, do any of you guys at ReachAmerica understand how inaccurate and disgusting your rhetoric is? What are you saying, that people being religious in America is the one solitary qualification for us being a force for good? I believe there is still a great amount of good people, whether they may be Christian or Jewish or Muslim or agnostic or atheist or whatever the hell they are. Christianity is still the most dominant religion in the US, so I again don't see your problem aside from you guys complaining that other people are questioning your logic and criticizing your extremist, intolerant behavior.
What happened?
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
Remember when I mentioned Engel v. Vitale minutes ago? Well, that's what they're referring to here. I don't understand why they're speaking in generalities. You'd think that if they wanted to defend themselves, they'd be more specific. Anyway, Engel v. Vitale did rule prayer as unconstitutional, but they forgot one specific aspect. The majority opinion ruled that state officials cannot draft a prayer and force schools to have their students recite it. Again, separation of church and state in action, because this disallows state officials who are supposed to be impartial to be biased, slanted, and tainted because they're allowing Christian prayer, but not Jewish, Muslim, or any other religion's prayer. To quote Judge Hugo Black, the First Amendment was added to the Constitution to stand as a guarantee that neither the power nor the prestige of the federal government would be used to control, support, or influence the kinds of prayer that American people can say. That the people's religions must not be subjected to the pressures of government for change each time a new political administration is elected to office.
In 1963, the courts ruled the Bible unconstitutional,
saying that if the Ten Commandments were read in school,
a student might feel inclined to follow them.
Really?
And in this instance, they're referring to the 1963 Supreme Court case of Abington School District v. Schempp, which disallowed forcible compulsory readings of the Bible to students in public schools. The way the original statute was written in Pennsylvania law kind of precluded others to question the validity of this action, and again marginalized students with either different religious affiliations or none at all, ignoring the fact that again church and state being separate under the First Amendment. Also, do these extremist religious nuts ever hear of the 14th Amendment? Equal protection under the laws? I didn't think so, considering they want everything to be Christian and nothing else.
For over 50 years, Christians have been unwilling to get involved.
I'm pretty sure a lot of extremist religious groups have been fighting for time under the limelight. Do I need to mention how the Westboro Baptist Church have constantly been the center of controversy? What about the famous Kitzmiller v. Dover case in 2005 in which many parents and school board members argued for creationism over evolution? What about all the televangelists and ultra-conservative radio outlets decrying atheists and those who question God? I don't understand why you extremist Christians are painting yourselves to be powerless and victims. Unless you want to deceive others. Didn't the Bible tell you guys to not lie?
People who do not love our God have stolen our country.
70%. Your country has been stolen even though you are a goddamn majority. Just continue the goddamn video, please.
Jesus said we are salt and light.
Salt and light melt ice.
It is time for a thaw.
Well, at least you guys know some very basic science, I guess.
President Ronald Reagan called America a shining light on a hill, a beacon of hope for the world to see.
We are going to let our little American lights shine.
Through the power of Jesus Christ, we proclaim today.
God, I feel like I'm in the middle of a cheesy movie trailer. The overdramatic music and the corny exhortation to action by these kids kind of makes this more of a propaganda film than an actual call to arms.
We refuse to be frozen out of the public square. Our voices will be heard.
Your voices have been heard multiple times. Why do you think the Supreme Court actually heard your cases? If we didn't want religious freedom, we would have not have created the First and 14th Amendments. Be thankful you actually have the right to protest and practice your religion, instead of being subject to totalitarian rule. See Yemen or North Korea.
Let's reverse it. Fix it.
We are going to turn it around. This is a call to our generation.
We are calling on the youth of America to join us.
This sounds like brainwashing to me. You are literally telling the impressionable youth to believe your story, your inaccuracies about American history, and your myopic perspectives about your religion and the world. This is absolute brainwashing in action.
At ReachAmerica, we are creating a Christ-centered counterculture, a C4 community.
It's funny considering that C4s are explosives. Not saying that these extremist Christians are terrorists, but it's just funny that they're using this acronym to denote their alleged crisis center. Crisis. C4. Ha ha. I'm funny.
A place filled with Christian teens on a mission
to reach America and our friends for Christ.
Christ and our country matter to us.
At ReachAmerica, we are learning to lead our generation.
I feel you guys are treating this as if it were an actual civil rights issue. When African Americans stood up for themselves, they were oppressed. When gays stood up for themselves, they were oppressed. What are you guys doing? Standing up for yourselves because you got criticized in schools and that schools are upholding the Constitution despite actually giving a fair shake to every religion? I guess you're asking us to retreat a couple decades, and sorry to say, but that's not going to work.
So skip it, to run, to jump, to hop.
We are an army.
Christ is our commander.
Oh, I see. I see how this is. You guys envision yourselves as an army, and you are metaphorically trying to regrow Christianity in America, and in effect make everyone believe Christianity is the only religion that is right. Say hello to Reconquista 2.0, everyone.
His will is our charge.
We are impacting our friends,
our families, our community,
our state, our country.
We are in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
I honestly was afraid somebody was going to use the word war in this video. They are literally treating this as an actual religious war. Didn't the Crusades teach you extremist Christians anything about the consequences of instigating war against people who thought differently? I guess not, considering you guys want us to go back a couple decades, or scratch that, 1 or 2 centuries.
And we know it.
Failure is not an option.
Okay, NASA.
We are going to win this war.
If God be for us,
who can be against us?
A bunch of people who believe that imposing religious homogeneity is a violation of the Constitution? Specifically the Supreme Court?
In America,
we still hold these truths to be self-evident.
That all men are created equal.
That they are endowed by their Creator.
with certain unalienable rights.
That among these are life,
liberty,
and the pursuit of happiness.
It is the ultimate insult when you quote the Constitution and ignore key quotes such as, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or the religious test clause that notes, no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. I don't understand how these quotes simply fly over your head and have you extremist Christians believe that the Constitution can only be used in your favor only. It's self-aggrandizing and idiotic. And I'm skipping the rest of the video because it's literally kids recycling the same pseudo-inspirational Christian call to arms over and over with unneeded repetition. And that's the way it is. To moderate Christians and other Christians who respect other people, I congratulate you, and I apologize that fundamentalist groups such as ReachAmerica are casting a shadow on Christianity. These intolerant buffoons who clearly have no grasp of American history, no idea how religion impacted civilizations throughout the course of world history, no understanding of why evolution is considered to be a scientific theory, and no compassion for those who practice other religions, are questioning of God, or are of different sexual orientations, are giving you all a bad name. Hopefully you can at least pray for them, because they are wielding God as a weapon and not a role model. I personally do not believe in a God or a deity, but at least I have patience and understanding for religious folk who not only believe, but understand that non-believers exist, and respect other people's life choices in the process. If I am willing to give that respect, I would expect Christians who uphold goodness and righteousness to do the same, and not marginalize other people because they have differing viewpoints.
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
You know, that's kind of funny because Christianity is a fucking majority. Nice try, though.
Why can't I pray in school?
Let me guess, it's because of this? Okay. I suppose you can get right ahead and say that. And guys, I'm going to actually just place a counter for how many times they keep repeating this statement or any other things for civil cases like this, because it's just getting annoying. Just saying.
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
You know, nobody's forcing you to not be Christian. You can just go right ahead and just stop by a church and do all that kind of crap. So, I don't know what's the problem here.
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
Wow, you guys love to play the victim card, huh? It's not okay, you know, just saying.
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
I don't know why, because we can't prove God exists. Until there's actually theoretical evidence that God is actually existing and know-all, we cannot prove that God actually exists. That's why it is not in the history books, my dear friend. Sorry, but it's kind of the truth. And the truth hurts.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
I don't know. Maybe because creationism is completely false. Seriously. Evolution has been proven multiple times right, while creationism, on the other hand, proven multiple times to be completely wrong. I mean, there's bones on the ground, and there's many other things that are just being discovered in the forms of evolution.
Why am I called names because I believe in marriage the way God designed it?
Some even call us hateful,
hypocrites,
unloving,
closed-minded,
bigots.
Why are we playing the victim card multiple times here? Just stop. It's not helping your case at all.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
The football coach at Ridgeland High School in Georgia was investigated by the school board.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist?
He allowed local churches to feed his football team.
Coach Marianas, the man you're referring to, was investigated because apparently he basically invited several churches to fund the school. By the way, nice try to convince the audience. Just saying.
In public school, I'm called lesbian
or gay
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself from marriage.
Listen, I got something to say here. Tell an adult if you're being called a lesbian and all this kind of crap. If this is going on for a long time, and it still goes on to this day, tell an adult. Why don't you get this? Get this to your brain. It's gonna help you in the future when you realize that you're going to be in serious trouble or whatever.
In public school, dating is an obligation.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
Bullying is common.
I wouldn't be surprised if bullying was common. I mean, seriously, bullying would be common for everyone, and everyone has to face a bully one way or another. Trust me, I had to face one back in elementary and middle school, so don't think that you're not the only one right there. Nice try, though.
What we see in our health classes,
sex education,
4th grade and up,
is pornography.
So let me get this straight. This?
Now you might have noticed that already, but you notice it much more when they're in the bath. First of all, they're different sizes. They're different shapes, and they have different parts to their bodies. This is important because it's those different parts that help your mother and your father to make you.
This is actually pornography? Well, I'm sorry that your health classes are actually lying to you, but this is actually where you came from. Why are you hiding yourselves from the truth when it's right there in your face? What the fuck is up with you guys? Just saying.
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Just ignore them.
In public school, people believe Christians are goody-goods and boring.
Dirty jokes fill the hallways between classes.
During class,
before school,
at lunch, after school,
on the bus, off the bus.
Get the idea?
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
Read Article 11 of this entire document and tell me again that America was founded upon Christianity, because as far as I know, America was not founded upon Christianity, as it clearly says in Article 11, that basically it is not founded on the Christian religions.
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
In school, prayer and pledge to the flag was welcomed and appreciated.
No one would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
America was once a force for good.
And that's still what America is today, a great, powerful nation. All these things you're telling me is complete brainwash, and basically you're trying to brainwash your audience into going into this war that you're calling it so far.
America was once the hope for the world. What happened?
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
Anyway, Engel v. Vitale did rule prayer as unconstitutional, but they forgot one specific aspect. The majority opinion ruled that state officials cannot draft a prayer and force schools to have their students recite it. Again, separation of church and state in action, because this disallows state officials who are supposed to be impartial to be biased, slanted, and tainted because they're allowing Christian prayer, but not Jewish, Muslim, or any other religion's prayer.
In 1963, the courts ruled the Bible unconstitutional,
saying that if the Ten Commandments were read in school,
a student might feel inclined to follow them.
Really?
For over 50 years, Christians have been unwilling to get involved.
People who do not love our God have stolen our country.
Even though you practicing Christians are a damn majority. Let's just move on before I get a headache from this.
Jesus said we are salt and light.
Salt and light melt ice.
It is time for a thaw.
President Ronald Reagan called America a shining light on a hill, a beacon of hope for the world to see.
We are going to let our little American lights shine.
Through the power of Jesus Christ, we proclaim today.
We refuse to be frozen out of the public square. Our voices will be heard.
God, I feel like I'm in a cheesy movie review or something like that. I'm about to end this soon, guys, so expect an ending pretty soon.
Let's reverse it. Fix it.
We are going to turn it around. This is a call to our generation. We are calling on the youth of America to join us.
At ReachAmerica, we are creating a Christ-centered counterculture, a C4 community.
A place filled with Christian teens on a mission
to reach America and our friends for Christ.
Christ and our country matter to us.
At ReachAmerica, we are learning to lead our generation.
We are servants, encouragers.
We are learning to hear God's voice and adjust our lives to His will.
God is changing our lives.
We are building life-changing relationships.
We are a family. We are a team. We are an army.
Christ is our commander.
His will is our charge.
We are impacting our friends,
our families, our community,
our state, our country.
We are in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
Are you guys seriously using this as like a war efficiency? If so, then I must say this. You're doing a terrible job at it. You're just brainwashing yourselves into this kind of crap. Just saying, because apparently this is just going to backfire.
And we know it.
Failure is not an option.
We are going to win this war.
If God be for us,
who can be against us?
The thaw has begun.
High school Christian teens,
join us.
Join us. Join us at ReachAmerica.
In the fight for our generation.
For our nation.
For our future.
In America.
We still hold these truths to be self-evident.
That all men are created equal.
That they are endowed by their Creator.
With certain unalienable rights.
That among these are life,
liberty,
and the pursuit of happiness.
It is the ultimate 100% insult to quote the Constitution without forgetting these quotes. And I'm skipping the rest of the video due to the fact being that ReachAmerica is just basically repeating the same thing. Basically to convince adults that that they just want their help in this holy war they're so far calling it.
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
You know, I'm reading this book by Stephen Hawking, and he's talking about all of these different universes where the laws are different and things aren't quite like they are here. And I'm thinking that you must be living in one of those, because the latest Pew survey says that 78% of Americans are Christians. To say that such an overwhelming majority of people are oppressed in a country where every single politician has to stay, God bless America! God bless America! God bless America! If a politician doesn't say God bless America, people are like, what's wrong with him? And yet you're gonna come on camera and tell me that you're some oppressed group? Oh, woe is you!
Why can't I pray in school?
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
I am so sick of this lie that fundamentalist Christians in America are so fond of telling, where they think, oh yeah, prayer is not allowed in school, and the Bible is not allowed in school, and mentions of God are not allowed in school. That is a lie. Mandatory prayer is not allowed in school. The school is not allowed to put the 10 Commandments up on the wall. The school is not allowed to force you to study the Bible on the basis of, hey, this is the truth. Check it out, kids. But a student, I mean, like, when I went to school, there were tons of Bible clubs that gathered after school, and no one said anything, no one cared. You know, and there were students who wrote about God in their reports, and there were students who talked about God and who prayed, but they were allowed to do it because it was their individual choice, just like it's my individual choice not to do any of those things. Doesn't it make more sense for everyone to have their own choice about what sort of spiritual things they're going to do rather than having it mandated?
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
Because he doesn't exist. Maybe that's why. Maybe if you want to read a book about God, you should read the Bible.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
Because it's not science. In science class, there's this tendency for the curriculum to be oriented around science. And the fairy tale that we were created by a magical floating bearded patriarch who's like, I feel like creating a world today because I'm all fucked up on crack and booze. So might as well just sculpt ourselves a little planet, put it around the sun, and hell, I'll just throw some stars in the sky. Doesn't matter. Those are easy. I could build those. And like, cosmos. Just put that together. But this one little rock, I'm going to spend 7 days building this because this is important. I'm going to put some monkeys on there.
Why am I called names because I believe in marriage the way God designed it?
Oh, what kind of names do they call you? Moron, dipshit, asshole, bigot, cretin? Because those all seem like, what's the word I'm looking for? Accurate. I mean, you're the one who's trying to impose your religious beliefs on other people. You know, don't you understand that it's your religion and therefore you have to follow its rules? Other people don't have to follow its rules. I mean, that's like saying, hey, we're the crazy wear porcupines on your head club. And they walk up to you like, why aren't you wearing a porcupine on your head? It's like, because I'm not in the fucking crazy wear porcupines on your fucking head club because it's fucking stupid.
Some even call us hateful, hypocrites,
unloving,
close-minded,
bigots.
Yeah? What's the problem? That all seems accurate to me.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
Tim Tebow was beloved by most people. There was a few people like me who said he was an asshole, but the vast majority of Americans were like, yeah, Tim Tebow, woo!
The football coach at Ridgeland High School in Georgia was investigated by the school board.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist?
He allowed local churches to feed his football team. In public school, I'm called lesbian
or gay
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself for marriage.
Save yourself for marriage? What is this, 1680? Does your father get a dowry too? How much are you worth? 7 goats and 15 pigs and a couple of chickens?
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
Bullying is common.
You know, I was in public school just a little over a decade ago, and I don't remember everyone picking on the Christians. In fact, I remember the Christians being the bullies, and the kids who really had to worry were anyone who was gay or lesbian or anything like that, because if they came out of the closet or got outed somehow, they were at serious risk for getting the shit beaten out of them, or maybe worse. And you know where the threat came from? It came from the Christian kids. So I'm sorry, but I'm highly skeptical of this bullshit proposition that you have presented me with. Thank you kindly.
What we see in our health classes.
Sex education.
4th grade and up.
Was that kid just grabbing his imaginary tits? Let's watch that again.
4th grade and up.
He was. They were talking about sex education, and that kid was like, yeah, sex education. Yeah. Your mouth says one thing, but your hands, they're saying something else, little man.
What we see in our health classes.
Sex education.
4th grade and up.
Is pornography.
Pornography. Sex education is pornography. Let me tell you something. If you can jerk off to this, then you are so easily aroused that you would probably cum in your pants if you saw a girl eating a hot dog.
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
Oh, you poor child. People make fun of you because you don't believe in reproductive rights? What a miscarriage of justice. Get it? Miscarriage of justice. Kill me. And I kill fetuses.
In public school, people believe Christians are goody-goods and boring.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, I don't think you're goody-goods. I think you're rotten to the fucking core. Better?
Dirty jokes fill the hallways between classes.
During class?
Before school.
At lunch. After school.
On the bus, off the bus.
Get the idea?
Oh my god, people telling jokes? Dirty jokes? And are they laughing at these dirty jokes? They tell dirty jokes and then they laugh. Let me tell you something. Every time you laugh at a dirty joke, that's like the equivalent of selling your soul to Satan. My pastor told me.
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
No. Thomas Jefferson was a deist who edited all of the miracles out of the Bible. Thomas Paine was a deist who wrote the closest thing to atheist literature of his day. John Adams was a Unitarian who rejected the divinity of Christ. He rejected the Holy Trinity. But more importantly than what the Founding Fathers themselves believed is what is contained within the Constitution. Okay? If this were a Christian nation, it would be laid out in the Constitution. The Constitution pretty much lays out exactly how our government is supposed to work, and we follow it to this day, sometimes, in my opinion, to a fault. And nowhere in there is Jesus mentioned. You can't find Jesus, you can't find Christ, you find nothing saying that there should be like national days of prayer or anything like that. That is conspicuous in its fucking absence. If we were a Christian nation, it would have been laid out in the Constitution just like everything else.
No one would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
Oh my god, this kid thinks his heart is located right here. You could tell he was homeschooled.
America was once a force for good.
Oh yeah, America. America was a force for good. Yeah. Let's ask the Indians about that. The Indians we slaughtered. Ask them about the Trail of Tears. Ask them how, if they felt like America was a force for good when they were being marched off the lands that America told them they owned, but then told them, actually, you don't own this because we have all the soldiers. Ask the African slaves who were enslaved for generations in America. Ask them how they feel about America being a force for good. Ask the Chinese laborers who worked themselves to death in mass graves building our railroads. Ask them what they think about America being a force for good. Ask the Iraqi civilians who died by the hundreds of thousands because of Bush's God-endorsed war. Ask them if they feel like America is a force for good in the world.
America was once the hope for the world.
Yeah. I'm sick of you kids. Let's fast forward and see if they say anything else interesting.
We are an army.
Christ is our commander.
We are an army, and Christ is our commander. Well, Christ is dead. He's been dead for quite some time now. So I would imagine you'll actually be taking your orders from Karl Rove.
We are an army.
Christ is our commander.
His will is our charge.
We are impacting our friends,
our families, our community,
our state, our country. We are in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
And we know it.
Yeah. In the timeless words of one of my favorite cartoon characters, Eustace Bagg, blah, blah, blah.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Greg. In this video, I am going to talk about this video, The Thaw, and address the crap that is raised in that video. I'm also going to be playing sections where these kids ask questions or make a statement and then give my response to that so that you hear and know what they're saying and my response to it. But first we have this one.
Why can't I pray in school?
You can pray to anything you want, anytime you want. Because prayer does not have to be some big ritual where you involve everyone. It can simply be the thoughts in your head. There is no need for you to make a public spectacle of yourself. It can even be pointed out that your own Bible advocates you are to pray in secret, that you're not to do it in a public venue. So the idea that you're supposed to be able to force your religion on other people in a public place just because you're you, bullshit.
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
Because school is not a place for you to proselytize. It's not about your God. It's about getting an education. When you go to a job, you check your religion at the door. Because you're not at the job to push your religion. You're at your job to do your job. You're at the school to get an education, to learn. You're not there to babble about your fantasies.
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
You can't talk about God or write about God in your school papers for the same reason you can't write about Superman, Batman, the X-Men, the Incredible Hulk, Darth Vader, Yoda, Luke Skywalker, or any fantasy character. The boogeyman, the monster under the bed, the closet monster, it doesn't matter. The Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny, Santa Claus. You can't write about those things either because they're fiction. So is your God. If you want to try and say your God is not fiction, then you need to pony up with some facts.
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
This one really gets me. The way it starts. Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God? Number one, saying God damn is not cursing your God because God is a general term that means a deity. It is not owned by you Christians. Number two, Jesus was not a God. He didn't even fulfill the messianic criteria for qualifying him as Messiah, let alone God. There is simply no evidence that your fantasy Jesus is a God. That is church dogma, and again, it has no place in schools. You are entitled to believe whatever wacky shit you want, even though I regard it as mental illness, and I feel mental illness should be treated, not treated with kid gloves, and that you're supposed to be respectful to the mentally ill. No, you treat the mental illness. You don't encourage it. But why do you have to tolerate others? Because it's not just you in this world. When you go to a school, it's not just about you. You have to tolerate others because you're in a social, public place. If that is something you cannot do, if you cannot function in society, then I'd suggest removing yourself from society. Because when you are an adult, if you cannot function in society, we have places for people that can't function.
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
The idea of God being in a history book, seriously? It's not history. There is no historical evidence for a God, period. So the God has no business. Any God has no business in history books. It's not history.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
What other theories are they teaching besides evolution? There's a theory that is out that is termed directed panspermia. They're not teaching that. It's not just creation or evolution. There is the idea of directed panspermia, that life was seeded here, be it from aliens or be it from asteroids or whatnot. Those things aren't taught. What that really centers around is creationism versus evolution. And the reason evolution is taught is that's what the evidence supports. There is evidence to support that. There is no evidence to support the existence of a magical boing deity doing anything. Simply doesn't exist. If you Christians want to try and say that there is evidence for your magical God, then pony up the evidence. And the Bible is not evidence. The Bible is that which is making the claim. If you want to try and say that there's evidence of your God, prove it. Prove your God exists. Otherwise, you have nothing. There's no reason to teach it in schools because it's not scientific. It's not historical. It's religious. And that should be left to the churches. If you want to learn about God, if you want to hear about God, if you want to talk about God, go to church. That's why you have those buildings. That's why you have those places. So you people can gather together in your own select groups and talk about your God and babble about your bullshit. And you can do it in your own environment with people that are just as nuts as you are. And you're not infringing on anyone else that doesn't want to take part in that.
Why am I called names? Because I believe in marriage the way God designed it.
It's because you're a bigot. If the name fits, if the label fits, it's like if the shoe fits, wear it. You really think a God, let me just put this out there. You Christians want to try and say your God is behind the universe. That, as one post I had seen, that it's above the universe or beyond the universe. Let's be clear on something. The universe is the sum total of all that exists. If your God is outside of the universe or above the universe, you're saying your God doesn't exist. Because the universe is the sum total of all that exists, period. Now, even if you want to try and say that there is some magical boing being behind the universe, do you really think, seriously think, that it designed or intended for how we are to have sex or how we are to, the social structure on our planet? Do you really think something that is behind the universe, creating solar systems and stars and all the shit in the universe, of all the things that it could think about, what it's obsessed with is who you're sticking your dick in and when? Seriously. You're making this all about you. It's not about the God. It's about you. It is about you being able to dictate to others what they do and what they think. It's not about a God. It is about you.
Some even call us hateful, hypocrites,
unloving,
closed-minded,
bigots.
Because you are. That's why. It's not about somebody trying to do an ad hominem. It's about the shoe fits, wear it. If you don't like being called a hypocrite, hateful, closed-minded, or a bigot, here's a newsflash. Stop acting like it. It's a simple solution.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
This stupid shit of Tim Tebow and praising God after a touchdown. Really? What does this fucking matter? I could give a damn about sports. I don't watch sports. Doesn't interest me at all, but I do know a little bit about this subject. It's not just Tim Tebow being singled out. There is a new rule in the NFL about what is termed excessive celebration. They wanted to try and cut down on, I guess, excess time or whatever bullshit reason they came up with. It's not just the aspect of praising a god. It's if you celebrate at all after a touchdown, you can be penalized. I think it's bullshit, to be totally honest, because it's just like with different... I've seen one story of a race and so forth where, yeah, the person made a reference to pointing to the sky, but that's not your God, Christians. Unless you really believe that your God is sitting on a fucking cloud. Like what I heard when I was a kid. This stupid, moronic bullshit of when you die, you're sitting on clouds playing harps. Seriously? Do you idiots believe your God is up in the sky somewhere? We fly in the sky. Why aren't we running into your God? Why aren't we having near collisions with your God? We've had some interesting near collisions and so forth with UFOs. The thing is, there are some that still want to say they don't exist. The thing is, we have physical evidence of them. We have video evidence of them. We have nothing with your God. If you want to try and say your God is in the sky or that your God gives a shit about a football game, I mean, this is just obnoxious. Why is it that you idiots want to praise your God when you get a touchdown or when you get a goal or when things go right? But none of you are going, fuck, Jesus, you let us down on that one. You should have helped him catch the ball. Come on, Jesus, what are you doing? None of you do that. Or none of you are going, oh, fuck, Satan got in the way. Damn it, if Satan hadn't gotten involved, we would have gotten that touchdown. You don't do that. You would laugh at somebody if they did. It's the same nonsense to say a God helped you get a touchdown. Who gives a shit?
In public school, I'm called lesbian
or gay
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself for marriage.
In public school, dating is an obligation.
I will admit, freely admit, I have not been in public schools for quite some time. But my personal feeling on this one, bullshit. When I went to school, dating was not an obligation, it was a choice. You know, something that Christians, especially those that are opposed to choice, wouldn't like. It's not an obligation, it's a choice. If you choose not to, and you choose not to participate in an activity, when you're ignored, or when you're not part of the fun, don't be boo-hooing. You made the choice not to participate. I don't participate in watching sports. I don't give a fuck about their parties. I don't give a fuck about anything they want to run their mouth about. I do not care. Because I make the choice to not be involved. If you make the choice to not do something, fine. You made the choice not to do it. What somebody calls you, wah.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
Bullying is common.
Christians, you want to cry and say, boo-hoo-hoo! They pick on me because I believe in Jesus. They're picking on me because I believe in Jesus. There are Christians that do the same damn thing for those that don't. You want to be able to bully others because they don't believe like you do, but you want to be able to boo-hoo! They're picking on me! Grow the fuck up.
What we see in our health classes,
sex education,
4th grade and up,
is pornography.
Seriously? I worked in 2 porn stores. I know what porn is. 4th grade and up? I seriously doubt they're showing you hardcore pounding porn. To the talking about the genitalia and even explaining what it does, that's not porn. Pictures of boobs or pictures of a vagina or a dick, that's not porn. They're parts of the anatomy. If you have a problem with the parts of the anatomy, that's your problem. Just because your anatomy might not be adequate. It's not my problem. Don't try pushing your insecurities and your bullshit on others, and don't try making sex education into porn, because what would you really rather have? Go back to the days where it's not even talked about, where people don't know because it's not mentioned at all? Nonsense.
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
Again. Wah, wah. You're opposed to a woman having the right to choose what to do with her own body. That's very interesting. I would tend to say that's the view of your parents being regurgitated by you, that it's not what you actually have thought through. Because the aspect to that girl, what I would say is, what about someone that's raped? Especially if she's raped by a priest or a member of your church. Do you think that woman should be forced to have that child of that rapist? What about in the case of incest? What about in the case of if the woman gives birth or carries it to term, that she could die? To try and say that you're opposed to, across the board, you're ignoring or saying you don't care about all of these possible situations that could come up. Life is not black and white. There are areas of gray. There are areas where things just aren't that easy. Where sometimes no answer is easy or good. But you go with the lesser of two evils.
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
No, it was not. And in this one, I have evidence. The idea of this under God shit being on money. Here is one bill that it's there. You see that? The under God shit. This bill, just so you can see, it is an older one, but it was from, and I'm getting old, so 1957 is this bill. Then there is this one that is a 5. This one is from 1950. See if you can read it. I don't think my camera is going to be good enough for you to read the date on it. But look at the back. There is no in God shit. None. Does not exist, Christians. 1950. You're a liar to say that the United States was founded as a Christian nation. The United States was founded with freedom of religion. In order to have the freedom to choose to worship or believe whatever you want, the government must stay the fuck out. If the government makes a ruling on religion, that is a theocracy. What people came over here to get away from was the theocracy of Europe, of Britain. They didn't want someone else to be able to tell them, you have to believe this, you have to believe that. Because some of them were deists, some of them were different sects of Christianity. Because if you want to try and say that Christianity is what this country was based on, which kind? There's over 30,000 denominations of Christian. Which one should the government endorse? And isn't that giving a big fuck you to everyone else? And what about those that don't believe? Should they be put in jail or murdered because they don't think like you? You want to try and say about being frozen out? You're not being frozen out. You're just being told you don't have the right to force your views on others. Just because you do not get to dictate to others doesn't mean you're frozen out. It means you're part of a community. You're part of a society. One part. You're entitled to believe what you wish, but you are not entitled to try and cram that down everyone else's throat.
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
Who gives a damn what your grandparents tell you? Just because your grandparents say something doesn't make it true. But that churches used to be the center of a community. What do you think they are now? There's a church on just about every fucking corner. You can take your pick. There are churches all over. You can choose to go to one or not. The choice is yours. You do not have the right to try and mandate it by a law. You do not have the right to try and force me to attend that bullshit. I choose not to. That is my choice. I have as much right to my choice of saying, fuck your fantasies, as you have to embracing them.
In school, prayer and pledge to the flag was welcomed and appreciated.
No one would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
Again with the school prayer. And the idea of the pledge to the flag, I'll address these real quick because the pledge to the flag was changed in 1954 during the McCarthy era, during the communism scare. The One Nation Under God was added prior to that. It was, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The One Nation Under God was added in 1954. So what? The hand over your heart type of shit. Who gives a damn? It's all about loyalty to a country. Tribalism. It has nothing to do with Christianity. And let's just be clear on something. The term God is a general term. It means a deity. It is not something that is owned by Christians. It is not something that you can say, God just means ours. Bullshit. educate yourself. Seriously. God simply means a deity. And if you go by the Hebrew aspect, the word God is the Hebrew word Elohim, which is the plural form of El, which means it should be God's, not God. So it would be multiple gods, not one God. There's also the fact, this bullshit with Jesus, let me address this, because Christians want to try and run their mouth about how they're based on the Old Testament. No, you're not. There is no mention in the Old Testament of the God having a kid. The idea of a half man, half God is pagan. It's not Jewish. It's not Israelite. It is a pagan ritual. It is a pagan concept. The God of the Judaism to Islam is a moon god. That is evident from the Genesis 1 shit of evening and morning, where the first through sixth day type of thing. The thing is, evening to morning, what is out during that time is the moon. The day goes evening to morning. It makes it a moon religion. Christianity is a pagan sun religion cult. It is a cult of blood and death. It is not based on love. It is not based on forgiveness. It is based on threats. It is based on manipulation. It is based on intimidation. It is not based on mercy, compassion, love, kindness. Because you do not show love, kindness, mercy, compassion by threatening others with torture unless they think like you demand. That's obnoxious. The idea, as some people like G-Man have tried to say, that God can do what God wants because God is God. It might makes right philosophy. Because God is stronger, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Let me explain something to you, Christians. I am stronger than a child. Physically. I have more power than a child. It does not mean that I have the right to abuse that child or beat them or hurt them just because they don't do what I want, or because they think something that I don't like, or because of they do something that I don't agree with. There is a line between correction and abuse, terrorizing someone. And if you're threatening someone, you're not operating out of love. There is no love in think what I tell you or else. There is no love in that. You do not show that you're stronger than someone else by threatening to hurt them or by brutalizing them. It's actually showing where you are weak to engage in that, because you do not have the ability to even control yourself. True power doesn't come from your ability to hurt. It comes from your ability to say, I could, but I choose not to. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. If your God doesn't realize this, and I do, I am smarter than your God. What it really comes down to is the God is you. That is why the God agrees with everything you think, everything you say. Your position on things is the God's position on things, because the God is you. When you idiots pray, what you're trying to do, really, is rub the magic lamp to get your God genie to come out of the fucking bottle and do your bidding. Who is serving who? You want the God to be, yes, massa, to you. You want the God to be bowing to what you want. And when you say about praying for someone like me, what you're telling me, fuck your free will, I'm going to spiritually rape you because I'm going to magically going to make my God change your thoughts to being just like mine. Fuck you. You don't have the right. And I'll tear you into you every time. I don't fuck around. My girlfriend had asked me tonight if my purpose in talking to people is to convert them to atheism, and that it's not the direct purpose, but it kind of happens. She said, what makes you different than Christians? That's a fair question. And I told her, and I'll tell you guys, what makes me different? I'm not threatening people. At no time do I threaten someone that if they don't believe like I do, they're going to be tortured. I'm not about threats. I am simply about presenting the evidence, saying what logical reason is there to believe in this bullshit? Where is this moral? Where is this ethical? Where is this right? Where is this rational? And saying, make up your own mind. If somebody agrees and realizes that basically they've been lied to, and that the God shit, that there's no magical genie out there that is going to reward or punish you because of the things that you think. Somebody realizes that, bravo. I'm not going to give them a cookie. I mean, if they'd want a cookie and I'd have it, I'd give it to them. Or if they'd be a smoker and need a cigarette, hey, I'd give them that too. It's not about trying to reward somebody for agreeing with me. That's not what I'm about. By the same token, it's not about threats either. I don't have to threaten anybody. No atheist does. Atheism is not about threatening somebody. But Christians can't not threaten people. Because if you take away the devil, if you take away hell, if you take away their threats, what incentive is there to buy the bullshit? She realized I had a point. You can't compare the two. Yes, I'm interested in, to use the term, converting people, but not for the same reason. I'm not interested in trying to save someone's soul from anything. I'm interested in saving them from bullshit. I'm interested in helping them to be a better figure in society, to be a more moral person, a more ethical person. And going along with something just because it's written in a book or because it's part of a group that you want to follow, who gives a shit?
America was once a force for good.
America was once the hope for the world.
This bullshit about America being the police of the world is bull. It is absolutely obnoxious. America has no right to try and say other countries should do this or that because we do. There are other things that would have to be looked at. Their laws, their society. Now, I agree that certain things should not be tolerated, like the aspect of the Sharia law that if somebody does a comic or makes a movie or says something that goes against your religious bullshit, that you can kill them or imprison them. Nonsense. It is absolutely obnoxious. But the last thing I want to address is the idea of, and this isn't one that's mentioned in this video, the Thaw, but it was something when Benjamin Franklin was asked by the people, what kind of government did you give us? What he said is a constitutional republic, if you can keep it. We lost the constitutional republic. We degraded into a democracy. Democracy is more or less mob rule. 51% of people vote to hang a black man, you got a lynching. It is mob rule. Christians, if you believe what you want to quote from the Constitution of all men were endowed by a creator with certain unalienable rights, then it's not open to a vote from you. All men created equal includes homosexuals. If it's endowed by a God, who the fuck are you to try and, I'm going to vote opposing it? The fuck does your vote matter? It's not about what you think. Your thoughts do not take away the rights of somebody else. That is obnoxious. That is like saying you're going to vote to bring slavery back, or you're going to vote to oppose interracial marriage, which was tried. Or you're going to try and oppose women having equal rights. Again, it was tried. The Bible was touted in all cases to try and maintain slavery, segregation, women not having equal rights, was all. The Bible says it's okay. Your Bible is toilet paper. Your Bible is immoral. It is based on all for me and fuck you too. If that's how you want to live, if that's how you want to be, you are a hateful, closed-minded, hypocritical bigot. Deal with reality. If you don't like the fact that that's what you are, change your behavior. This is Greg.
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
If America is trying to thaw out Christianity, then why is it that an overwhelming majority of people on Capitol Hill are Christian? Literally, above 90% of people on Capitol Hill are Christian. If America is trying to get rid of Christianity out of American culture, why is it that an overwhelming majority of Americans are Christian? Why is it that I can't walk down the street for 5 minutes and not see a church or some Christian related thing? If America is trying to get rid of Christianity, it's doing a terrible job.
Why can't I pray in school?
As a high schooler, I can attest to this statement. It is not illegal for you yourself to pray at school. However, it is illegal for your school to actively sponsor and promote prayer, which of all students are forced to be involved in. Under the Constitution of the United States of America, in the First Amendment, it says, quote, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment or a religion, or prohibit the free exercise thereof. That means that you are legally allowed to pray at school, but you cannot force others, and the school cannot force you to pray.
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
You don't.
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
I'm pretty sure every teacher is okay with you putting God in your papers, as long as it's relevant to the subject.
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
The reason why you have to put up with people talking shit about God is because their freedom of speech trumps your right not to be offended. It's the same sense as me making fun of Santa Claus and a kid not liking that. It's the same sense as me making fun of some guy's imaginary friend when he's 40 years old. My freedom of speech and everybody else's trumps that. Now, in the sense that you're not allowed to talk about God at all, well, in the words of Donald Trump,
you are fake news.
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
I wonder why God's being taken out of the history books.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
Because unlike the story of creation, science revolves around facts.
Why am I called names? Because I believe in marriage the way God designed it.
If God intended it to be man and woman, then how come in some instances we see animals out in the wild having homosexual relationships?
Some even call us hateful,
hypocrites,
unloving,
closed-minded,
bigots.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
I would hardly consider it a national uproar, but if he wants to pray, cool. He has a right to do so.
The football coach at Ridgeland High School in Georgia was investigated by the school board.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist?
He allowed local churches to feed his football team.
I love how they put this big story on here and completely just bullshitted it. When this coach went to when the coach of this high school went to the church, he brought his team so that they could be fed, right? Now, if it was just them being fed, it wouldn't have been a problem. Because if the church didn't push any religion on the kids, yet again, no problem. However, they did. They had an entire sermon, and those kids had to be there. And they had to listen to this sermon. That's why it's illegal. You're promoting a religion in a public high school system.
In public school, I'm called lesbian
or gay
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself for marriage.
Oh no, you poor thing. You got called gay in high school? Welcome to the fucking club. Everybody gets called gay in high school.
In public school, dating is an obligation.
No. In public school, passing the classes is your obligation.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
Everybody's a dick in high school. It's most likely the case that Christians are being dicks to other Christians. But even without that, besides the point, no matter what your skin color is, no matter what your ideology is, political alignment, or religion or lack thereof, someone is gonna be a dick to you. It's gonna happen. Grow some thick skin.
What we see in our health classes,
sex education,
4th grade and up,
is pornography.
Are you fucking kidding me? This is what you call porn. What the fuck?
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
I don't use this word lightly, and I don't like to use this word very often when describing people. But in this case, I'm gonna fucking do it. These kids are fucking pussies. Jesus fucking Christ. Grow a pair and realize that your opinions don't fucking matter.
In public school, people believe Christians are goody-goods and boring.
Yeah, in high school, hardly anybody cares about your religion or you being a goody-good.
Dirty jokes fill the hallways between classes.
During class,
before school,
at lunch, after school,
on the bus, off the bus.
Get the idea?
Huh. Who'd have thought that dirty jokes would fill the hallways of an institution where everyone attending is under the age of 18 years old? Huh.
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
Alright, let's see if their claims have any base. The First Amendment. The First Amendment in the first sentence literally says that Congress cannot make an established religion the foundation for the American nation. Okay, so they got that one. But let's look at the founding fathers, the people who actually wrote the Constitution and changed it to make it to how it is today. Maybe they'll say something about America being a Christian nation. Here it is, John Adams. as the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded in the Christian religion. Okay, that's one president down. How about the guy who literally wrote the Constitution? Here it is. Christianity neither is nor ever was a part of the common law. So if the First Amendment says that America cannot be a Christian nation, and two of the largest founding fathers, and one of them who actually wrote the Constitution, both say that America is not a Christian nation, therefore it must be a Christian nation, right?
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
Yeah, if you live in a small town that doesn't have much around you, and everybody in your area goes to one place on Sundays, it would be the center of the community because that's where everybody goes.
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
What a good call by the Supreme Court.
In 1963, the courts ruled the Bible unconstitutional,
saying that if the Ten Commandments were read in school,
a student might feel inclined to follow them.
Really?
Yes, really. It's the equivalent of putting up all the tenets of Islam in front of public schools, and it's the equivalent of putting up Satanism's commandments in front of schools. The government cannot actively promote a religion as truth at all. That includes in public school.
For over 50 years, Christians have been unwilling to get involved.
People who do not love our God
have stolen our country.
Really? You think that atheists are trying to steal the country? Judging on our past evidences, it looks like you're actually trying to steal the country.
We are going to let our little American lights shine.
If it wasn't obvious they were reading off a prompter before, this kid makes it super fucking obvious.
We are an army.
Christ is our commander.
Is there an atheist army I can join? Because I'd do that shit in a fucking heartbeat.
His will is our charge.
We are impacting our friends,
our families, our community,
our state, our country.
We are in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
And we know it.
Failure is not an option.
We are going to win this war.
If God be for us,
who can be against us?
Yeah, I'd be against you?
The thaw has begun.
High school Christian teens,
join us.
Join us! Join us!
And that just freaked me the fuck out.
Together, looking to Christ as a strength, the thaw will be complete, and America will be one nation under God. Again. Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
Well, let's see. 38 out of 44 presidents have been Christian. 482 out of 525 current congressmen are Christian. 103 out of 112 Supreme Court justices have been Christian. How exactly are they being frozen out again?
Why can't I pray in school?
I'm really glad this statement and the one about the Bible being ruled unconstitutional came up, because this is just blatant misinformation. Now, admittedly, these are children reading cue cards and lines, and they may not know this, but I'm pretty sure Gary does. What happened in these two court cases is very simple. What they said was, what you don't get to do is have the state mandate, compel, suggest, coerce people into praying or reading a Bible in a religious manner. If you want to bring it up in comparative literature or to discuss about the society that wrote these documents, you're actually welcome to do that. You can use it in a secular nature, but you don't get to use the government to establish your religion.
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
I believe what you're really trying to say is that you can't put God did it on the top of your papers and get passing grades, because oddly enough, you have to demonstrate mastery of the subject matter. You're not doing that if you just keep saying God did it, God did it, God did it. What you're doing is demonstrating mastery of mindlessness.
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
We took out God for the same reason we took out goblins and fairies. That is, assuming they were in the history books to begin with. If you can't demonstrate they existed, it isn't history.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
When you've got the peer-reviewed research done that actually kind of backs up some of the stories you've been telling each other, then you can start to teach it as science. But until you've actually done the science and made it science, you don't get to call it science.
Why am I called names because I believe in marriage the way God designed it?
Some even call us hateful,
hypocrites,
unloving,
closed-minded,
bigots.
It is so hateful that people say these things. I mean, it's almost like they've been reading the Bible. I mean, these are the kind of things you would hear from people who, like, say, might try and justify slavery by saying, well, God said it's okay. Or there's the kind of things where people might say that, well, women are unclean, and they're unclean twice as long if they give birth to a little girl and a little boy, because little girls are just that extra bit dirty. You know, if you don't want to be called a bigot, stop following a bigoted book. Stop saying bigoted things. Stop being a bigot.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
Well, you know, I don't rightly know. You see, 76% of the country self-identify as Christian. So if there's a national uproar, it's more than likely the Christians who are in an uproar over it. As I recall, the New Testament is rather explicit on how people are supposed to pray, and there's admonishments against being like other people who like to go pray in public. So perhaps that's why they're frustrated with them.
In public school, dating is an obligation.
Now, up until now, I hadn't been paying very close attention to their video. You really don't have to hear some of these claims. They basically repeat themselves. But this one is pretty intriguing. I'm curious, is there a minimum credit requirement? Do you have to take more than one semester? Is the course graded on the curve, or is it pass-fail, or just the regular standard scale? If I wanted to go back for some more graduate work, could I take some classes in this? So that would just be fantastic if you can get that information for me.
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
This particular little myth has got to be one of the longest-lived ones we run into. I mean, we're going to ignore for the moment the First Amendment, which says no state establishment of religion, which would include Christianity. We're going to ignore some of the writings from the founders, which talk about a wall of separation. We'll just go straight to the Treaty of Tripoli, because this is the nail in the coffin, and it's the one that they simply cannot respond to. That how is it that if we were founded as a Christian nation in 1780s, that in 1797 we'd already managed to have a treaty where the United States Senate, with unanimous consent, and the President signed onto a document that said the government of the United States of America is not, in any sense, founded on the Christian religion.
America was once a force for good.
It's an interesting piece of serendipity that this came up here, because on Facebook I've been seeing the "we were once a great nation" comments once in a while. So I'm going to ask the same questions. Were we a force for good before, during, or after slavery? Or the Indian Wars? Or women's suffrage was finally passed? Or was it during racial segregation when it finally got outlawed? Is that when we became a force for good and then we stopped being one? Or were we a force for good while we were doing those things? So I'm just curious. You know, you ought to clarify that a little bit. Because I don't think the United States was a force for good. I think it did some good things and we did some bad things. But that it wasn't that we were a force for any of those things. Those are just the things that we did.
No one would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
Well, as the saying goes, if you give somebody enough rope, they'll eventually hang themselves. And I believe that's what's happened at this particular junction. What they've said on their website is that they don't want to make a theocracy. No, they're freedom-loving. They love how America's free. They want it to stay free. Except right here is where you get to the crux of the matter, which is that they don't love that it's free. And I'm going to explain that. If you say no one would dare fail to give this speech, that only makes sense in that failing to give this speech would be daring something, that you would have to be risking something. Well, if you're risking something, then that speech isn't truly free. It's compulsory. It's being compelled. It's being coerced out of people to at least some extent. And that goes directly against the ideals of our country, in that there will be no compulsory speech. That speech is free. It is not done because the state mandates it. It's not done because other people make you do it. You say what you say because you want to say it, not because someone is making you say it, which is why we take compulsory speech away. But they want to bring it back, you know, because it'd be for the good of everybody, because they say so. And on this note, I think I'm going to call it quits on these guys. I've listened to the ReachAmerica, the Thaw, quite long enough.
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
Oh, really? 3/4 of the U.S. population is being frozen out? Tell me more.
Why can't I pray in school?
You can pray in school. Who said that you couldn't?
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
Who said that you had to?
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
Maybe because your guy has nothing to do with the assignments? And again, who said that you couldn't?
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
Who said that you couldn't?
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
It never was in the history book. Your God is not part of history. No God is part of history.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
Because creationism isn't science.
Why am I called names because I believe in marriage the way God designed it?
Your God did not design marriage. If by names you mean closed-minded bigot, that's because you're a closed-minded bigot.
Some even call us hateful,
hypocrites,
unloving,
closed-minded,
bigots.
That's because some of you are, just like the kid before. Surely you're not this oblivious.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
What national uproar? There was no national uproar. People like Tim Tebow, Christians and non-Christians alike. Not to mention that football players do it all the time, even when they lose a game.
The football coach at Ridgeland High School in Georgia was investigated by the school board.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist?
He allowed local churches to feed his football team.
What these dishonest little shits, good Christians left out is that the coach forced his team to sit through a sermon. You can't force your religion on a publicly funded team. That's illegal.
In public school, I'm called lesbian
or gay
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself for marriage.
Now the kids make fun of me. Is it because you're a Christian? No. Also, you're not gonna kiss before you get married? Don't you think that's a bit extreme?
In public school, dating is an obligation.
No, it's not.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
Christians being mean to other Christians? Oh, the horror. I guess it goes without saying that not because they're Christian.
Bullying is common.
Yes, bullying is very common, but never for one's Christianity. In fact, you guys are the bullies most of the time. What you're doing right now is precisely what a bully would do when someone stands up to him. Start crying and trying to claim victimhood, turning the truth on its head.
What we see in our health classes,
sex education,
4th grade and up,
is pornography.
Trust me on this one, kids. A diagram of someone's genitals is not pornography.
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
I believe the word you're looking for is criticize, which is the consequence of holding a position on a controversial issue. Not everyone is going to agree with you.
In public school, people believe Christians are goody-goods and boring.
What's wrong with being good? I thought that was what you Christians were all about.
Dirty jokes fill the hallways between classes.
During class,
before school,
at lunch, after school,
on the bus, off the bus.
Get the idea?
Kids make dick jokes in school?
Call the Marines!
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
No, it wasn't.
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
Your grandparents were wrong.
In school, prayer and pledge to the flag was welcomed and appreciated.
No, it was mandatory, which is unconstitutional.
No one would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
Like good little sheep. Explain to me why the pledge needs to be recited every day. Not really relevant to the video, but still.
America was once a force for good.
America was once the hope for the world.
I'll let the rest of the world be the judge of that.
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
In 1963, the courts ruled the Bible unconstitutional.
No, they ruled mandatory prayer unconstitutional.
Saying that if the Ten Commandments were read in school,
a student might feel inclined to follow them.
Really?
Or be forced to follow religion against their will.
For over 50 years, Christians have been unwilling to get involved.
Really? Really? Remember when I was talking about turning the truth on its head? Here's a prime example of it. Here's these kids saying that, oh, this is a Christian nation, and now they're frozen now, and we're all oppressed, they're taking our religion, taking our country, when the exact opposite is true.
People who do not love our God have stolen our country.
It's not your country, it's our country, all of our country. Newsflash, not only Christians live here.
Jesus said we are salt and light.
Salt and light melt ice.
It is time for a thaw.
President Ronald Reagan called America a shining light on a hill, a beacon of hope for the world to see.
We are going to let our little American lights shine.
Through the power of Jesus Christ, we proclaim today.
We refuse to be frozen out of the public square.
You never were, unfortunately.
Our voices will be heard. Let's reverse it. Fix it. We are going to turn it around. This is a call to our generation. We are calling on the youth of America to join us.
At ReachAmerica, we are creating a Christ-centered counterculture, a C4 community. A place filled with Christian teens on a mission to reach America and our friends for Christ.
Christ in our country matter to us.
At ReachAmerica, we are ready to lead our generation. We are servants, encouragers.
We are running to hear God's voice and adjust our lives to His will.
God is changing our lives.
We are building life-changing relationships. We are a family. We are a team. We are an army.
Christ is our commander.
His will is our charge. We are impacting our friends, our families, our community,
Our state, our country.
We are in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
And we know it.
Failure is not an option.
If God be for us,
who can be against us?
Everyone!
Assuming there is a God, how you know it's on your side?
The thaw has begun. High school Christian teens,
join us.
Join us! Join us at ReachAmerica!
In the fight for our generation, for our nation, for our future.
In America,
we still hold these truths to be self-evident.
That all men are created equal.
That they are endowed by their Creator.
With certain unalienable rights.
That among these are life,
liberty,
and the pursuit of happiness.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Erecting the wall of separation between church and state is absolutely essential in a free society. Thomas Jefferson, 1808.
let's reach our communities.
Let's reach our states.
We've done quite enough of that, unfortunately.
Adults, please pray for us.
Support us.
And get involved.
No.
Together, looking to Christ as a strength, the Thaw will be complete, and America will be one nation under God. Again.
It never was a nation under your God, nor should it ever be. America, no gods, no masters.
So recently, a bunch of annoying Christian kids made a video called The Thaw that's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life. So let's watch it together, shall we? Ooh, it's so spooky, isn't it? Here we go.
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
No, it's not. Christianity's not being frozen out of America. Name one atheist politician. You can't do it. There might be a couple, but you can't fucking name any of them. Every single president we've ever had has been a Christian. 75% of the population is Christian. There's a church every fucking 5 feet. Christianity is not being frozen out of society in any way whatsoever. You're already starting out with a lie. That's a really bad start, annoying Christian kids. Next.
Why can't I pray in school?
You can. How can anybody fucking stop you from praying in school? Bow your head and fucking pray. There's no goddamn way anybody can stop you, you dumb little motherfucker!
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
You don't! I've been to school, everybody fucking talks about religion in school. Who the fuck told you gotta check your religion at the door? No one's ever told you that, you little lying piece of shit! Why are you making a video online about shit? If you're Christians and your beliefs are true, why the fuck do you have to lie about it? Huh? Ask yourself that question.
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
Because God is not part of history. God doesn't exist. He's a mythological creation of primitive man's mind. And since he doesn't exist, he was nowhere in fucking history, therefore he does not belong in your history books. You know what belongs in your history books? fucking history, not fucking mythology, not fucking ancient monkey text, okay? Real shit that actually happened. That's what goes in there.
Why am I called names because I believe in marriage the way God designed it?
It's because of your haircut.
Some even call us hateful,
hypocrites, unloving,
closed-minded,
bigots.
Because that's exactly what you are. You're using an ancient text written by primitive idiots to justify your bigotry against your fellow human being. That makes you shitheads!
The football coach at Ridgeland High School in Georgia was investigated by the school board.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist?
He allowed local churches to feed his football team.
Okay, I went and looked it up. All I had to do was Google it. And apparently this coach at this Ridgeland school in Georgia was carrying his public football students to a church, making them eat meals while the preacher got in front of them and preached the love of Jesus Christ to them all. He was forcing them all to go to church and using the fact they got a free meal as an excuse. So, guess what? You're a bunch of lying motherfuckers! Why can't you tell the truth? Why are you being dishonest here? Imagine if the fucking coach was a Muslim and he was carrying the kids to a mosque, having them feed there, while fucking Amman got up and preached the love of Allah to them. You would freak the fuck out! And the fact that you're not freaking out when somebody does it about Jesus is because you're a hypocrite!
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
Bullshit! No, they didn't. They simply ruled that you're not allowed to force your religion on the other students. Teachers are not allowed to get up and read from the Bible and proselytize to their students. Exactly as it should be. If the teacher was a Muslim, would you want them to get up and start reading from the Quran? No, you wouldn't. Because logically, you already know that all the students in your class come from very different backgrounds. So the teachers and the principals and the staff should not get up and try to preach only one religion to them. Logically, you know this is the correct thing to do. That's exactly what the Supreme Court ruled, and by saying anything otherwise, you're liars.
We're in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
You're not in a war, dumbasses, okay? Your little pudgy ass would make it 5 minutes in a goddamn war. You don't know what the fuck a war is, okay? All you are is a bunch of annoying kids repeating shit your parents told you to say. That's all the fuck this is. Your church needs more people to come in so they can make more money, so they can get more offerings, and so they've gotten you to go out there and spread their message so they can make money. All you are unpaid employees of your cults.
Failure is not an option.
Failure is your only option because you're all a bunch of fucking failures!
The thaw has begun.
Oh shit, the thaw's begun! Listen to this music, man. It's all creepy.
High school Christian teens.
Join us.
Join us. Join us at ReachAmerica.
Join them. Resistance is futile. You must assimilate. Yeah, kids of America. Don't you want to join them? Doesn't it look like so much fun? I mean, yeah, I guess on Friday and Saturday night you could go out and drink and smoke weed and have sex and party and do all kinds of shit like that. Or you can hang out with these kids in their mom's basement and read the Bible. The choice is pretty obvious if you ask me. Look how cool these kids are.
And America will be one nation under God. Again.
Oh shit, and now it's finally completely thawed. No, it falls over, oh shit. Wait a minute, the ice was holding the cross up, man. Wasn't that a good thing? So that's it, man. Just lie after misrepresentation after misrepresentation. Just awful. Even Christian kids can't tell the truth for 5 seconds. So look, you kids who are in this video, I know your parents got you to do this. I know you're just parroting things your parents told you to say. I know you don't really know what the fuck you're talking about. So I don't blame you for this. And I also know that most of you in 2, 3, 4 years, you're going to look back at this video, you're going to be very embarrassed you had anything to do with it. You're going to be humiliated because people are going to make fun of you pretty much your entire life for being involved in this piece of shit. And eventually, many of you kids are just going to realize that you were in a cult the whole time and you're just spreading the cult's bullshit. And you're going to be really embarrassed by this. But look, when that happens to you, let me tell you this. Don't sweat it, man. Everybody's done stupid things. I've done lots of stupid things. The fact that you're in this video, yes, it was really stupid. But we all make mistakes, man. At least you know now, and no one's half the battle. Yo, Joe. As for this video, the Thaw, all the adults behind this should be embarrassed for trying to use kids to spread this propaganda. But it doesn't matter. It was so horribly done that everybody can pretty much completely see through it. So nice try, ReachAmerica. But keep reaching, motherfuckers. Logic.
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
76% of all adults identify themselves as Christians in this country. and Christianity is being frozen out. I mean, were they at like 99% and then they just dropped to 76% and that's the big freeze or something? I mean, what are you talking about? Frozen? Why use the word frozen in the first place? Why not phased out or something? But I see you got your picture. I see you got your little editing set up, and you know, there's a cross and there's ice and there's a flag, and it's all very symbolic.
Why can't I pray in school?
Who said you can't pray in school? Who said you can't pray in school? You can pray in school. Praying takes place in the mind, right? No one has control over your mind. So, why can't you pray in school? You have access to your brain. Praying takes place in the brain. What's stopping you from praying? I don't understand. Oh, you mean you can't force your religion down someone else's throat? That's what you mean you can't do. No one's saying you can't pray in school. Of course you can pray in school. You just go in there and you start praying. No one's stopping you. Just do that. You're saying, why are people stopping me from taking my religion and shoving it down someone else's throat? That's what you're saying. Why can't I do that? Well, it's because we live in a secular nation, and just like you don't want Mohammed shoved down your throat, I don't really want Jesus shoved down mine. Do you understand how that works?
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
Again, you're not checking anything at a door. You can be religious and go to public schools. And you can pray when you're there. The teachers might say, hey, I really need you to pay attention. So depending on when you do it, I mean, it might be an issue. But if you do it, I guess, during maybe some study times you have, perhaps during lunch. I know you guys pray all the time before you eat stuff. So I'm sure you do that anyways. I mean, the only thing you're saying is, I really want to take my religion, my Jesus, my God, and I want to put it down the throats of other people. And I want to do it in a public building that is paid for by everyone through their tax dollars. That's what you're saying.
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
So imagine this. Your teacher gives you an assignment where you need to write a 3-page essay. And it needs to be about the moon landing. Okay? So you're going to write a 3-page essay about the moon landing. And then you turn in a page, you turn in a book report all about Jesus. Okay, you're not supposed to do that. Alright? And I can't understand what class would have you turn in book reports about Jesus and God. It sure shit wouldn't be history class.
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
I don't know. Most schools I went to had a no cursing policy. I think you got like a 3-day suspension for saying fuck. You know? So, I guess it depends what school you go to, but usually cursing in any fashion is against the rules, and depending on what school you go to, it's either greatly enforced or it's not enforced at all. So, I don't know.
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
History is supposed to be about what actually happened. So there's no room for mystical, magical, invisible beings. Do you not understand? Why are they taking leprechauns out of the history books? Why are they taking goblins out of the history books? One, I don't think they were ever there in the first place. And two, they're not supposed to be there because they're not a part of history. I mean, the myths that make them up and fun storytelling, that's part of history, and you know, I certainly don't mind learning about that. But the fact that these things are real and they actually exist in the real world and interact with people over time, it's not part of history, so it doesn't belong in the history books.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
Creationism is not a theory. Okay? theories are based off facts that we know about the world. Creationism is not based off any facts except for the fact that the world exists and animals exist and other details like that that don't really matter, and then we all agree to them anyways.
Why am I called names? Because I believe in marriage the way God designed it.
Some even call us hateful,
hypocrites,
unloving,
closed-minded,
bigots.
Yeah, that all sounds pretty accurate.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
The football coach at Ridgeland High School in Georgia was investigated by the school board.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist? He allowed local churches to feed his football team.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist?
Is he a terrorist?
So apparently, if you're a coach and you get investigated by the school board, there's reason to suggest that you're either abusing a child or you're a terrorist. Abusing a child, physically, sexually, mentally, verbally, who knows? But you could be abusing a child or you could be a terrorist. Remember the 19 hijackers on 9/11? They were terrorists. So you could be one of them because you got investigated by the school board.
In public school, I'm called lesbian
or gay
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself from marriage.
I don't know, man. You know, do whatever you want in your own life, and that's cool. Whatever. You want to save yourself under some weird dogmatic religion because they just say so, that's, you know, whatever. Save yourself. Good. But, and I also don't approve of bullying, you know, so knock it off, bullies. Quit name-calling people.
In public school, dating is an obligation.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
What is he talking about? People are rude and disrespectful against Christians? So, 76% of American citizens identify themselves as Christians. So I guess it's the 24% in high school that's just destroying the 76%? Is that what's happening? Are you so pathetic and weak that you would allow a small minority to overrule the large majority? That's what you're saying? Remember, most people are Christians. So when you say, oh man, people are really, you know, name-calling the Christians and people are really dissing on the Christians at school, which people are you talking about? A few people who are like just name-calling everyone? Or are you saying other Christians are giving you shit? I mean, what are you saying? Where are the Pacifics? Specifics? I don't know how to say that word. But why aren't you clear about what you're talking about? You just randomly say, oh yeah, people are just mean to Christians. Yeah, you know, whatever. I heard that somewhere.
Bullying is common.
I agree. Bullying is common, and I don't approve of it either. What that has to do with Christianity, I remember that a lot of bullies tend to be Christian. Is that what you're referring to?
What we see in our health classes,
sex education,
4th grade and up,
is pornography.
I love that kid. I just love 4th grade and up, man. He's just thinking about the titties. 4th grade. Once you get to 4th grade, oh man, just big ass titties.
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
Okay, a lot of people out there don't believe in abortion. A lot of people. Are they all being made fun of, or just you? And I do have to say that most people who don't believe in abortion, they don't mean that they don't believe in abortion for themselves. They mean they don't believe that anyone should have the right to abort. That's what they're referring to. I think you should be a little bit more clear on which side you really fall on.
In public school, people believe Christians are goody-goods and boring.
So, I guess what you're saying is that in high school, the small minority believes that the vast majority is goody-goods and boring? I don't know, man. That's just not how I remembered high school.
Dirty jokes fill the hallways between classes.
That's what I remember. I do remember dirty jokes. It was awesome.
During class,
before school,
at lunch, after school,
on the bus, off the bus.
Get the idea?
It's a Ibar Qui Guy.
Dude, this is not crack or sex. There's a few dirty jokes told throughout the day. What are you talking about that it's everywhere I go in a public air, anything about school? There's just dirty jokes everywhere.
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
That Constitution would be littered with Christian shit. It would just be Jesus this, God that, blah blah blah, bullshit here, bullshit there. It would be clearly obvious. But no, they wrote into the Constitution that you are not allowed to have a religious text for any form of office.
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
Good. I'm glad to hear that it's no longer the center of the community. That's just like telling me, hey man, we used to have a cult, everyone used to go to it, and now they don't do it so much anymore. Good. Good.
In school, prayer and pledge to the flag was welcomed and appreciated.
I never cared to say my Pledge of Allegiance.
No one would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
We were forced to do it. You really mean to say is no one would dare go against the teacher on this matter? There's a difference. It's not as if everyone is so... They just love the Pledge of Allegiance and they would never dare go against it. No, they wouldn't dare go against the teacher who was forcing them to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I really did not like to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I thought it was stupid. I mean, I was like, I'm pledging what to what? I don't even know what any of this means. And yet I'm forced to do it over and over again. As if just that alone will help me understand this. No.
America was once a force for good.
Aren't they so vague? Just vague. America was once the force for good. Yeah, well, it was once the force for evil. So what? What does that mean? What does that have to do with anything? Let's see. I remember I understand that we killed most of the Indians. We enslaved most of the blacks while killing them. America did a lot of evil things, but America also stood for a lot of great things. But what does that have to do with anything about what you're saying? America used to be the force for good. Like, as if America was this force of Christianity and it just, like, paved the way of everything that was awesome, and then it just slowly went away.
America was once the hope for the world. What happened?
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
Forced prayer. Forced prayer. There's a huge difference. You are allowed to pray in schools. You are not allowed to force others to pray. There's a big difference, and you're not clarifying it. You vague. You're so vague.
In 1963, the courts ruled the Bible unconstitutional.
You mean they're not allowed to teach the Bible in school as it's a literal fact? Because it's not. Besides, why do you like the Bible so much anyways? Do you have any idea how much suffering there is in the Bible? Do you have any idea how much immorality there is in the Bible? There is some fucked up shit in that book of yours. And I bet you do not even read it. You don't even read it, do you? You just listen to your preacher or whatever every so often, and he'll give off a verse or he'll tell a little story from the Bible, and you'd be like, wow, that wasn't so bad.
Saying that if the Ten Commandments were read in school,
a student might feel inclined to follow them.
Really?
These are the same people who would die head over heel if someone went into their school and started teaching their kids all about Muhammad and Islam. If you went into that school and said, hey, we're going to learn all about Islam and how Muhammad is your Lord and Savior, their heads would explode. They would hate that. They would scream victim at the top of their lungs. They would say, you can't do that. You cannot teach that religion to my kids. We're Christian. You can't do that. But they want to take their Christianity and do that exact same thing to everyone else. How they don't see that huge-ass contradiction, I have no idea. Is it not obvious? Or is it more like, oh, well, most of us are Christian anyway, so majority rules, so fuck everyone else? Is your religion so weak that it can't stand on its own? That you just being religious and your family being religious and your community being religious, that's not enough? 76% of identified Christians in this country, that's not enough. You gotta take your religion and you gotta shove it down everyone else's throat. Because here's the problem. Religion, it's bullshit. It's not actually true. Invisible magical creatures don't actually exist. And so when you teach things that aren't real, we have a poor understanding of reality, and so we deal with reality on a lower level.
For over 50 years, Christians have been unwilling to get involved. People who do not love our God have stolen our country.
So a small minority, who I guess is the enemy, who also lives in the country, has stolen the country. The country was never theirs to begin with, but they live here and they stole it. Is that what you're saying?
Jesus said we are salt and light.
Salt and light melt ice.
Jesus said we're salt and light. And salt and light melt ice. Wow, and that's the kind of metaphor they were discussing about how Christianity is being frozen, but now there's going to be salt and light, which is going to unfreeze it and bring Christianity back to America? I don't know. This is just so fucking crazy.
It is time for a thaw.
President Ronald Reagan called America a shining light on a hill, a beacon of hope for the world to see.
It's always about Reagan with these guys, isn't it? It's always Reagan. Why is it every time it's Reagan? I never really hear, man, you know, George Washington once said this, or Abraham Lincoln said that, or blah, 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 blah. Just anyone else. Say George Bush, say Clinton, just anyone. It's always Reagan.
We are going to let our little American lights shine.
Through the power of Jesus Christ, we proclaim today.
We refuse to be frozen out at the public square. Our voices will be heard.
Yeah, it's called the First Amendment. Your voices are being heard all the time. What's the problem? At most, people just criticize what you say, but you're still allowed to say it.
Let's reverse it. Fix it.
We are going to turn it around. This is a call to our generation. We are calling on the youth of America to join us.
At ReachAmerica, we are creating a Christ-centered counterculture, a C4 community.
A place filled with Christian teens on a mission
to reach America and our friends for Christ.
If you're a fucking idiot, you should join this group.
Christ and our country matter to us.
At ReachAmerica, we are learning to lead our generation.
We are servants, encouragers.
We are learning to hear God's voice and adjust our lives to His will.
God is changing our lives.
We are building life-changing relationships.
We are a family.
We are a team.
See, I like the family and team thing, but everything before that was just stupid. We're changing. God's inside me. I can feel God. Blah, blah, blah.
We are an army.
Christ is our commander.
His will is our charge.
Christ is their commander. They're an army, and they're going to war.
We are impacting our friends,
our families, our community,
our state, our country.
We are in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
And we know it.
Jesus is their commander, they're soldiers, and they're going to war. Right? People scare me. All you people want to do is kill, fight, destroy. Us versus them. We're the good guys, they're the bad guys. We just need to kill everyone else and we're good to go.
Failure is not an option.
Of course failure is an option. You might not choose to fail, but you could still fail, and that's an option.
We are going to win this war.
If God be for us,
who can be against us?
War! We're going to war, guys!
The thaw has begun.
High school Christian teens,
join us.
Join us! Join us at ReachAmerica.
In the fight for our generation.
For our nation.
For our future.
In America,
we still hold these truths to be self-evident.
That all men are created equal.
That they are endowed by their Creator
with certain unalienable rights.
That among these are life,
liberty,
and the pursuit of happiness.
Do they even know what they just said? Do they know where it comes from? Do they know what it means? Do they have any fucking clue? Or are they just saying it? Are they just repeating it?
Join the movement at ReachAmerica.
Let's reach our communities.
Let's reach our states.
Let's reach America.
Remember, the Force will be with you.
Adults, please pray for us.
Always.
Support us.
And get involved. Together, looking to Christ as a strength, the Thaw will be complete, and America will be one nation under God. Again.
One day, America will be one nation under the spaghetti monster. Oh wait, that's retarded. And America will one day be a nation under Islam. Again. Oh, no? Oh, Jesus. Oh, my bad.
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
Isn't Christianity being frozen out of America a good thing? Because let's be honest here, do we really want to revert back to times where a gay person would be automatically stoned for having sexual relations with someone of their own sex? I mean, do we really want to revert to the old Christian principles that the Bible teaches upon stoning and adultery and all of these things, which people were just automatically killed and stoned to death without question because it was against their religious beliefs or it was against God's law? I don't think so. So when you say that if Christianity is being frozen out of America, I think that's a very, very good thing.
Why can't I pray in school?
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
This is what I absolutely hate about religious people like yourselves. You present this whole victim mentality of oppression, that because I'm a Christian, I'm therefore automatically going to be oppressed, and you say things which are untruthful. For example, why am I not allowed to pray in school? Implying that you think somehow that you're not allowed to pray in school. And that is not only untruthful, but you are allowed to pray in school. And to refute your point, when I was attending Green River Community College, I attended a Christian group in which we prayed. It was actually a little bit awkward because when I went to the Christian group, I only went there because a girl asked me to come to the group. And I was actually struggling with Christianity at that time, and I was kind of just falling away from it. But when I went there, they assumed I was a believer and I was a strong Christian. They asked me to pray in front of the congregation of kids at my college. It was a Christian group, and in order to have a Christian group, it has to go through an application process with the college itself. And prayer was allowed, and they asked me to pray, and I was like, I don't really believe in that. And then they were like, oh my gosh, not really, but they were just shocked that I would actually publicly say I don't believe in prayer in front of a Christian group in a circle with a bunch of Christians. And then they said, Jason or whatever, can you pray for us? Because they called on me, and I was not about to pray in front of a bunch of people when I don't believe in that crap. My point is that you are allowed to pray in school. The difference is that you are not allowed to force prayer in school, in college. You're not allowed to force children to say things or believe in the Ten Commandments. You're not allowed to push and force any sort of religious type of idea or concept onto children. That's the difference. And quite frankly, to say that why aren't we allowed to pray in schools, implying that you are not allowed to pray in schools, just shows how untruthful you Christians can really be on trying to present the whole victim mentality, oh, I'm being oppressed, when you don't even present the proper facts on prayer within school. Oh, and one more thing. You can, in fact, write about God in school, because I did it. My first essay paper for my first English class was, in fact, an 8-page paper designed on arguing for the existence of God, because at that time I was a deist. I believed in God, but I didn't believe in Christianity, but I wanted to make an argument for the existence of God, and therefore I used a really terrible argument known as the cosmological argument, which I'm going to refute in a later video in my videos on upcoming religion. But my point is, my whole paper, which I got an A+ on, was about God. So already within the first 30 seconds of the Thaw, Christianity is being frozen out of America, you've already presented your intellectual dishonesty with presenting things which are false about school, about prayer, about God, about what you guys can and cannot do.
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God and my faith?
You are allowed to talk about God and your faith. The difference is, and I'm going to go from personal experience again, is that having been a Christian, you as a believer, as a Christian, are commanded to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ. You are commanded to go on the streets, knock on people's doors. Well, that's Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons, but it's the same type of concept. You're supposed to share the gospel of Jesus Christ, and therefore you're technically supposed to go out of your way and try to get people to come to church and share Jesus with people and share your faith with people. But let me tell you something. Unless somebody asks you about why you believe what you believe or what do you believe, you should not go up to someone randomly and start to and talk to them about why they should become a Christian, or why they're going to hell if they don't believe in God. Do not proselytize to people unless they ask you. That's my mindset. Because you are allowed to talk about God. You are allowed to go in your little Christian groups in college and talk about God all you want. But the moment you step out and you start trying to force or even share your faith with people who don't want to hear it, that's the problem. That's why you get people mad at you. That's why you get people calling you names, is because they don't want to hear your little whole spiel on, you know, if you don't become a Christian, you're going to burn eternity in hell. No one wants to hear that.
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
Maybe they're taking God out of your history books is because he doesn't exist, and we are becoming a more understanding society in terms of, hey, this doesn't line up with science. This doesn't line up with facts. We cannot observe, test the idea of God. So therefore, why are we trying to talk about and prove to children something that doesn't exist? Or if it does exist, we have no verifiable evidence to prove that he does exist. That doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
Because creationism is not fact. Because creationism is unscientific. Because creationism teaches that God created the world, and that the earth is 6,000 years old, and that the Noah's Ark and the whole story of the big boat and putting animals on, all of these things happened. Okay? That's why it's not taught in school anymore, is because creationism is not built upon anything except supernatural, biblical, fictional stories in a Bible, which has really no historiocracy in terms of accuracy. I mean, yes, in terms of city locations and maybe a little bit of history, the Bible is not a historically accurate book in terms of the things it says and the things that it presents and talks about. So that's why creationism isn't taught, is because it's unscientific and there's nothing to support it. Everything in geology and the earth displays that the earth is millions and billions of years old, not 6,000 years old. We have an old earth, not a young earth. Science has proven this.
Why am I called names? Because I believe in marriage the way God designed it.
Because, number one, God didn't design marriage, we did. You can go in history. I don't need to go back in the 1400s and explain to you and many other Christian adults that marriage is a social contract. We created it. It's a contract between two people. It's a legal I can't even think of the word I'm trying to use right now. You know what I'm trying to say. It's a legal contract between two people. We created it. Look at the Roman Empire. Look at Greece. Look at all of the ancient history, and you will see that marriage was created by us. God did not create marriage, and God did not intend marriage to only be what he wanted it to be. Because your concept of marriage is coming from the Bible, which is not an accurate book, and you can't use the Bible to make arguments. That's one of the things. Even when I was a Christian, you can actually go back in my videos, and you can watch my videos when I was a devout Christian. I never used the Bible in my videos. Do you want to know why? Because even then, I knew that using the Bible to try to prove a point was stupid. If someone doesn't believe in the Bible, why would you then offer them a Bible verse in rebuttal of what they're trying to say when they do not believe it? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. My point is that this and this are awesome. This and this, lightsaber and lightsaber, that's awesome. There's nothing wrong with it. God, because he doesn't, well, exist, but even if he did exist, he didn't design marriage a certain way. We did.
Some even call us hateful, hypocrites,
unloving,
close-minded,
bigots.
Of course they do, because you are all of those things. You're all of those things, so of course people are going to call you that when you try to tell people that what they have between their lover isn't real, that if I love a man, that I can't love a man and that love isn't real. I mean, that's, of course you're going to be unloving. You're intolerant of other people doing things that do not affect your lives. It still amazes me why religious people to this day try to fight against homosexuality or gay marriage and say that it affects them, but they offer nothing. What people do in their own bed and what they do between relationships does not affect your biblical marriage whatsoever. At all. And I stand by the belief that if someone is genuinely against gay marriage, if they're against people who love each other to have rights, then you are in fact a bigot. There's no running around that or trying to sugarcoat, oh, I'm not a bigot, but I believe these hateful things about people, and I don't want people to have equal rights. I don't want people to be able to express love to one another. That's what a bigot is. They're intolerant and hateful towards people who are different than them.
In public school, I'm called lesbian
or gay
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself for marriage.
In public school, dating is an obligation.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
Oh, was this statement just golden? Absolutely golden. In public school, people are mean and rude towards Christians. I'm so glad you said this because, if you've been a subscriber of mine for any amount of time, if you've watched my past videos on religion, you would know that I was, sadly, homeschooled. That being said, I grew up in a Christian home, and I went to a church in which I left at the age of 18 due to several things that happened. Not only was there gossip, but I was heavily bullied. I was called all sorts of names within church by other Christians. By other Christians. In fact, after I left religion completely, I have more friends who are more loving and caring that are atheists than I do Christians. Because all the Christians that I knew, for the most part, there's a few exceptions, I do still have a few Christian friends, but all of the Christians that knew me when I went to church are no longer my friend. Do you know why? Because they cut contact with me, because I no longer believe what they believe, and they feel the need to disassociate with someone who at one point tried to kill himself due to not only religious oppression within his own goddamn church. It's really ironic when I tell the story of my past and my experiences in church. It's all on my channel. You can go back in history and watch some of my older videos. I go into a lot of detail on what exactly happened of the things within my church. So please, when you say, oh, we're being treated mean and cruel in public school, I had that happen in church. In church. The place where it's supposed to be a place of love and acceptance, when in reality it was the exact opposite. So please, spare me the absolute bullshit.
Bullying is common.
What we see in our health classes,
sex education,
4th grade and up,
is pornography.
Pornography? Are you... Oh my god. You know what? Let's examine this. Let's see if this is really pornography, because I have some books. Let's see. 1 second. Here we go. This is a college textbook. This is by Roger R. Hawk. Human Sexuality. As you can see right here, Human Sexuality. I'm going to open this book and I'm going to look for some so-called pornography in this book, because, you know, supposedly you think educational books on sex and genitalia is automatically pornography. Chapter 4, lifestyle, contraption, surgical methods. Oh, female sterilization. Let's just take, for example, here. Let's look at this, okay? What you're about to see is the inside of a vagina. And quite frankly, that, as you can see right there, see that? That doesn't look like pornography. If you can look at this, and if you can get an orgasm, or if you can get, some steam off of this, I don't know what to tell you, but you're really easily impressed, and by all means, this is nothing. Why am I even showing you? This is so stupid. This is not pornography. If that's what you call pornography, then we're doomed. Like, Christian ignorance is even beyond the scope of what I thought it was. If you can get off on that thing, that little diagram of a woman's vagina, that's not pornography. That's the female vagina. That's science. That's what a woman has. I don't know what else to say.
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
In public school, people believe Christians are goody-goods and boring.
Dirty jokes fill the hallways between classes.
Dirty jokes fill the hallways. Naughty, naughty, naughty. You've been a very, very bad boy. Because, you Christians, you're not allowed to have any fun in life. You're not allowed to laugh at anything that is immoral or has a little bit of, sexuality to it, or a little bit of crude humor. But just to prove your point that, dirty jokes fill the hallways, do you know who the biggest prostitute in history is? Do you? Miss Pac-Man. Yeah, that's right. For 25 cents, that bitch swallowed balls until she died. Was that too dirty? I think so.
During class,
before school, at lunch, after school,
on the bus, off the bus. Get the idea? Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
No, 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 and no. This is probably the biggest delusional, untruthful statement I hear among Christians, is that America was founded on Christian principles and a Christian nation, and that they also try to argue that all of our presidents were Christians, and that's how our... Let me just start by saying, I want to give you a quote by John Adams, and he says, "The government of the United States is not, in any sense, founded on the Christian religion." Quote, by John Adams, one of our presidents. And for those of you kids who don't know this, almost all of our founding fathers were deists. A deist is not a Christian. A deist simply believes in an intelligent designer. That's it. They don't believe in the Bible. They don't believe in all that marriage stuff and all the adultery and stoning and shellfish, don't eat this, don't eat that, all those rule books. A deist is completely the opposite of a theist in a lot of ways. The only difference is a belief in God, but a deist is what I was at one point in my life after I left Christianity, because I didn't really know, I was still clinging on to my religion even after I left Christianity, and that's why I reverted to deism, because I wanted to believe that there was some God up there, but now I've come to the conclusion that a God doesn't exist.
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
In school, prayer and pledge to the flag was welcomed and appreciated.
No one would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
America was once a force for good.
America was once the hope for the world.
And America can still be the hope for the world, although I don't like that phrase, America, hope for the world, because I think we give America too much credit as, America is the greatest nation in the world. No, it's not, but that's just my opinion. My point is that America will not be the hope for the world if we revert back to Christian principles or the Bible, especially the Bible. If we went back to the biblical teachings of the Bible in America, we'd be done for. I could not live a life like that. I would move to Brazil or Europe or someplace where I could be free from Christian beliefs and Christian oppression and Christian forceful religion of declining people equal rights and not giving people the option for abortion and forcing a woman who's been raped to conceive a child by a rapist. I mean, I don't want to live in a world like that. I mean, we already do to an extent because Christianity is still around. But if we want America to be a force for good, if we want America to be the hope for the world, we can't bring religion or organized religion into government. Ever. Ever. That's my opinion.
What happened?
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
In 1963, the courts ruled the Bible unconstitutional.
And that is very, very good, because the Bible is unconstitutional. It's a 2,000-year-old book with a bazillion things that say, hey, I can turn water into wine. Hey, I can make 2 pieces of bread turn into 5,000 pieces of bread and feed a bazillion people. Hey, I can do all of these things. I can rise from the dead. Hey, I can heal people. Hey, I can heal cancer. Hey, I can cast demons out of a pig. Hey, I can do this. Of course the Bible is unconstitutional. It should be treated as such because it's a book based on imagination. It's a book based upon things which have no accuracy in terms of things that occur which to our eyes and to our observation can't even happen. So yes, the Bible is unconstitutional and should be treated as such.
Saying that if the 10 Commandments were read in school,
a student might feel inclined to follow them.
Really?
For over 50 years, Christians have been unwilling to get involved. People who do not love our God have stolen our country.
Jesus said we are salt and light.
Salt and light melt ice.
It is time for a thaw.
President Ronald Reagan called America a shining light on a hill, a beacon of hope for the world to see.
We are going to let our little American lights shine.
Through the power of Jesus Christ, we proclaim today.
We refuse to be frozen out of the public square.
You know, it's a real shame. That last girl is actually kind of cute, in my opinion. However, I have to ask the question, how did these kids, this young, get this way? How did they get this way? I mean, it's a fairly simple answer, but what shocks me is that I was once in their position. If you had came to me, let's say 5 or 6 years ago, with this video, I probably would have agreed with the whole thing. I'm not joking either. If you've been a subscriber of mine for any amount of time, you would know what I used to be. Religious indoctrination it's sad to me, and it's scary. It's scary that you can bring up a child to believe the things that they've said. I believe that even if a child is growing up in a religious household, I believe that those parents have a responsibility not to force their beliefs or their religion upon their child. But it will be difficult for that child because that child is being brought up in a religious household. So he's going to be exposed to all these religious values and religious beliefs. But it is my hope that as long as the parents don't force that child into their belief systems, that child will grow up and see how much bullshit religion really is. And how much that religion, for the most part, does no good for anything. It reverses good, in fact. Granted, I realize there are charities and religious people who go out and try to help the poor. That's good and dandy. I'm not against that, with the exception of them trying to preach the gospel while doing it. But overall, religion has done nothing to help grow society into a more stable environment in terms of equal rights, gay marriage, treating people equally. Women are looked upon as inferior or lesser because in religion, the Bible is a great example of that. Slavery, stoning of people who broke God's law, thousands, genocide. I mean, the Bible is a very, very harsh, evil book in my opinion. Sure, there may be a few interesting psalms and some things maybe you can apply to your life, but ultimately the Bible is not a book that we should look to or teach our children to grow up reading. Well, I take that back. I think a child should grow up reading the Bible, assuming the parents are not indoctrinating them. Like, if I have a kid, I'm going to show him the Bible, and I'm going to teach him that the Bible is a book of fairy tales. The Bible is a book of nonsense. This book brings a lot of the problems that we have in our world today. A lot of the injustice that we have, and a lot of the crazy, radical, religious people who believe in stoning people and not giving people equal rights is from the Bible, or religious books in general. Not just the Bible, but I mean all sorts of different religions. And ultimately, seeing a kid indoctrinated by religion is truly a shameful and sad thing, in my opinion. And I will do my best to raise my children, assuming I ever have them, which I probably won't. I'll do my best to raise them in an environment where they can see the bullshit of what religion can do and has done.
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
No, it is not. Now, before I go any further into this commentary, I want to point out that I'm speaking from personal experience. Okay, this means I have experience with religious institutions. How is that so, Stoutmeister? Well, I spent a good chunk of time in both public school and Christian school. From 9th grade to 12th grade, I was at a Christian high school. And then from kindergarten to 8th grade, I was in numerous public schools. So I got a good perspective on both sides of the spectrum. Plus, I grew up in a religious family. I went to church, and I associated with a lot of good Christians and a lot of asshole Christians I ran into as well. So yeah, I do know what I'm talking about when it comes to this subject. Not to mention, I have this little thing called critical thinking, and it's this special thing where you think for yourself and you do extensive research on things that interest you, and it helps broaden the mind quite a bit. It's something that not a lot of radical Christians have, but thankfully there are a small number of Christians among other religious and non-religious people that are very open-minded have critical thinking as well. Continuing the commentary.
Why can't I pray in school?
Because it is unconstitutional and illegal if it is forced for you to do so. If you want to pray and it's your own free will, you have the freedom to do so. Nobody is gonna force that on you in the school unless they want some lawsuit on them. If you're too afraid to pray in the open areas where everyone can see you, go to a bathroom and pray. And even if you don't want to pray in school, I'm pretty sure that God knows your intentions, that God knows that you're a good Christian overall. I don't think he's going to be concerned if you don't pray in a public school.
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
Probably because writing about God in a school paper will most likely turn into preaching, and it'll become a biased paper rather than something unbiased, maybe?
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
I can understand people bashing you for being a Christian. Thankfully, that is a small percentage. A lot of people don't really have a problem with you having a religion, as long as you aren't shoving it down their throats.
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
Oh, really? America is a Christian nation. Is that where you're getting at, ma'am? I'll talk about that a little further into this video.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
Because according to them, creationism is based on faith. Yes, creationism uses a little bit of science, but it mostly relies on faith. Now, as far as teaching the subject of religion, I really don't have a problem with any public school having classes on religion, but it should not be talking about only Christianity. They should at least cover the major religions like Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, Taoism, so on and so forth. But the problem with that is it's going to cause a big uproar, especially with the extremist Muslim parents that are living in America that love to cause uproars whenever someone depicts Muhammad in a drawing or some shit. The public schooling system wants to avoid lawsuits. That's why they avoid talking about religion as much as they can.
Why am I called names? Because I believe in marriage the way God designed it.
Oh, God. Did you know that also in the Bible, Abraham had more than one wife? And God saw that as okay, and in fact, it was very necessary to populate the earth at that time, as well as Solomon having hundreds of different women, both as his concubines, basically friends with benefits, and he had hundreds of wives as well, totaling up to 8,000 women. You can also see numerous stories about people with numerous wives in the Bible, more particularly the Old Testament. And as far as the sanctity of marriage, as a nation, as the United States of America, do we really have any more room to talk about this, considering our divorce rates and a lot of the reasons why we get married? Do these people even know the history of marriage? I already did a couple of videos covering this subject, and I don't feel like repeating myself in this video, so I'm going to leave a link for that in the description down below, or I'm going to put some annotations up there. Either way, you can click on those links, and you can see my views on that from there, as well as pointing out valid facts about the sanctity of marriage.
Some even call us hateful,
hypocrites, unloving,
close-minded,
bigots.
That's because the radical Christians are bigots and hateful, considering the fact that they like to say, if you don't worship our God, you're going straight to hell. You're a heathen. There are a good chunk of Christians, especially in public school, that like to bully people for dressing up as goth, for being homosexual, for pretty much any reason. Pretty much a lot of these Christians at these public schools especially tend to be the Apostle, Abercrombie, and Fitch type people, that if you don't look like them, if you don't associate with the same type of people as them, if you don't come from a high-class suburbia area, you are different, therefore you're a fucking heathen. I know about this because I saw this a lot in public school. And I saw a good chunk of this as well at my Christian school. But the thing with my Christian school is it was full of these snobs anyway, while the goths and all those type of people were at a very small percentage. And if they had anything to hide like homosexuality, they took advantage of hiding that because you would get ridiculed for that. And if the school found out that you were homosexual, you got your ass kicked out. Especially if you do not know the people, the higher-ups in the school. There were 2 lesbians that got kicked out of my school for being lesbian my freshman year.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
Maybe because he's in everyone's face about it, and the fact that he wasn't really that good of a football player anyway. And if you're trying to say that all sports stars that are Christian are being attacked, that is absolute bullshit. Ryan Sheckler, professional skateboarder, has proclaimed to be a Christian. No one attacks him for that. Christian Hosoi, legendary skateboarder from the 1980s. He found God in prison. Nobody attacks him for that. And I could go on with numerous sports stars in skateboarding and outside of skateboarding that are Christian and or of other religions, and they're not ridiculed for them. Because a lot of these people are not in your face about it like Tim Tebow was.
The football coach at Ridgeland High School in Georgia was investigated by the school board.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist?
He allowed local churches to feed his football team.
Oh! Sarcasm, gasp! Oh! Oh, no. No, no, no. I believe I know a little bit about this story, though. Let's read a little bit on this article right here. On game day, Coach Mark Mariah takes the football team to a local church for dinner. We understand that at these events, the church's preacher sermonizes to the players about the Christian religion. News reports show that Mariah leads the team in pre- or post-game prayers. Our complainant reports that Mariah uses Bible verses on team gear, such as shirts, and in speeches to excite the team. Finally, we have been told that Mariah pressures players to attend a Christian football camp that the players have to pay for, and that Mariah looks down upon those who do not attend. And all they were doing was feeding them food. Oh, you forgot about the little part where they're pushing their views onto other people, breaking the constitutional laws of pushing your views on other people. Because the First Amendment talks about fundamental freedoms. One of those fundamental freedoms, freedom of religion. And we can't forget about separation of church and state also. The church should not have that much impact on the school, especially on that level. Now, if they want to bring food to the football players, that's fine. But to force their views on you, that is completely different. So take your sarcasm gasps and shove them up your asses, please. Do it for all of us watching.
In public school, I'm called lesbian
or gay
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself from marriage.
You're called lesbian or gay because you're not willing to kiss before marriage. That has to be one of the biggest exaggerations I have ever heard in my entire life. No, I'm not putting down people that want to save themselves for marriage. That's the safest way to be sure that you don't contract any STDs and all that other shit. But that claim has to be really exaggerated or a big fat lie altogether. Or you must not know what the word lesbian means.
In public school, dating is an obligation.
Now, it does suck that the public schooling system has to put all this peer pressure on the young. I can agree with you there. When I was younger and in public school, you want to know what the peer pressure was? Smoking cigarettes, right in middle school, at the beginning of middle school. Then as we got into 8th grade, and then we go into private Christian schools, and my friends were in public high school, the peer pressure progressively turns into harder drugs, drinking, and all sorts of stuff right there. You had the same pressures in Christian school also. The difference is, a lot of these people that go to these Christian schools have rich parents, and they can afford the drugs, and they can afford the alcohol.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
They are not disrespectful just towards Christians. You're gonna find your assholes anywhere. Public schools are nothing more than training grounds for our youth for 13 years to prepare for the real world when it comes to socialization, when it comes to putting up with bullies. It is a sad fact of life. I'm sorry that there are Christians out there that are legitimately getting bullied for being a Christian, but a lot of times that is not the case at all. A lot of times, that is the exact opposite, as a matter of fact.
Bullying is common.
Thank you for pointing out the obvious there. Everyone has been a victim of bullying at one point in their time. The difference is how we handle it.
What we see in our health classes,
sex education,
4th grade and up,
is pornography.
Sex education is pornography. Sex education. You're talking about the scientific part of sex education, right? Because that's meant to teach you about how your sexual organs work. Do you even know the definition of pornography? In case you don't know the definition of pornography, here is the definition of pornography that I will read to you. The depiction of erotic behavior, as in pictures or writing, intended to cause sexual excitement. Material as books or a photograph that depicts erotic behavior and is intended to cause sexual excitement. The depiction of acts in a sensational manner so as to arouse a quick, intense emotional reaction. So, it's mostly talking about erotic behavior. Watching either one person pleasure themselves in a sexual manner by masturbating, or by watching individuals have sex with each other, either orally or involving genitalias colliding with each other. Do you honestly get turned on by scientific graphs such as this? How is that sexually arousing? Please tell me how a graph that is supposed to be teaching you about how your organs work to be sexually arousing. Please explain this to me.
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
Probably another over-exaggeration right there.
In public school, people believe Christians are goody-goods and boring.
Probably because a lot of these goody-goody two-shoe Christians don't want to get involved with anybody for the sole fact that they're not part of their church or part of their religion, maybe.
Dirty jokes fill the hallways between classes.
During class,
before school, at lunch, after school,
on the bus, off the bus.
Get the idea?
All dirty jokes! Oh no! Oh no, they're telling dirty jokes in public school. They're making fart jokes and penis jokes. Oh, my brain can't take it. God forgive me for hearing these jokes. Ah! No. I'm pretty sure if God is all-knowing, he's not going to give a shit about a dirty joke if it's meant to be a joke. I'm pretty sure that God has more things to be concerned about than a dirty joke about farts and genitalia. I mean, we're talking about an omnipotent, all-powerful being here.
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
Nope. 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 No. The majority of our founding fathers were deists. More particularly, Thomas Jefferson, one of the founding fathers and presidents of the United States. He took the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, pretty much the New Testament, took out the divine miracles that Jesus performed in the Bible, and made his own Bible, the Jefferson Bible, which also goes against Revelations, which is the last book of the Bible, because if you add and take out of the Bible, then you have these plagues, and pretty much you're fucked if you add or take anything out of the Bible, which I'm pretty sure the people that distribute the modern day Bibles are going to be fucked in that area, as well as the Catholic Church way back when they talked about the Gospels. Yes, there were more than 4 Gospels at the time, and people picked their favorite books. That's how we have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So yeah, you could see how sacred the Word of God really is. Not to mention the Council of Nicaea changing the birth date of Christ to December 25th to compete with the Roman pagan holidays that were taking place at that time.
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
You know what the church used to be? The church used to be a source of power, especially over in Europe, when the Catholic Church pretty much ruled over everything. There's one tax that they really did that pretty much is blasphemy. At least I consider it blasphemy. These priests going to people's houses collecting tax money. And if you gave them the tax money, your sins were absolved for the next week. So pretty much you could rape, murder, steal, gamble, so on and so forth for the next week until tax season came up. So yeah, the church being the centerfold of power in the community, that has never worked really well in history. History should be able to tell you this, but when we have ignorance being spread by the all-powerful with great charisma, and great looks in a great robe and a great suit if they're wearing a suit in favor of the robe, and so on and so forth.
You ready for your miracle?
Yes, I'm looking for my miracle.
What city are you calling from?
I'm calling from Desmond, Iowa.
Have you called for the anointed prayer handkerchief?
Have I called for my handkerchief?
Uh-huh. All right, how can we pray for you this morning?
Yeah, well, I was actually having a lot of pain in my elbows and whatnot.
Okay.
Is it hurting right now?
It's hurting right now. I have to sit with my elbows and my arms folded all day long. I can't move.
And are they hurting right now?
Yeah, yes, it's hurting right now.
All right, listen, God's getting ready to heal your body. I hear the Lord saying that the miracles that you've been standing in the gap waiting for, that the miracles is on its way right now. And God is healing your body right now. I want you to shake those arms right now and move those elbows right now. Because
I'm shaking them.
Because God is healing you right now. Did you feel that?
No, I didn't.
Tell me how you feel now.
I still feel pain,
but the pain is leaving out right now.
In school, prayer and pledge to the flag was welcomed and appreciated.
Pledging to the flag of the United States was forced. If it was not forced, it was most certainly forced on you by the community, because if you even questioned that, guess what? You were ridiculed and you were called unpatriotic. You were seen as a heathen for not acknowledging the flag of the United States of America in that way.
No one would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
America was once a force for good.
America was a force for good. I'm not going to say that America was bad all the time, but there was a time where we escaped from Europe to escape religious persecution and all the ridiculous taxes that were being raised over there. So we immigrated onto this new land that was soon to be America, and guess what? We love power so much that we're going to take the land away from the Indians. We're going to keep pushing them west until they have nothing left. Not saying that America is all that evil, but it was most certainly not that good 100% of the time. Not to mention that our founding fathers had slaves during the writing of the Bill of Rights. Slavery was not absolved until the Civil War era.
America was once the hope for the world. What happened?
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
In 1963, the courts ruled the Bible unconstitutional.
Bullshit, 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 bull fucking shit. Here is my crucifix. I hope you can handle my crucifix. The Bible is unconstitutional if it's being forced on you. Prayer is unconstitutional if it's forced on you. If it's voluntary, then it's not unconstitutional at all. You're doing it on your own free will. No institution should force you to partake in a religious ritual if you don't fucking want to. That is just the way it is. And that is also bullshit, because when I was in middle school, we had an after-school group called Cults for Christ. The high school next to the middle school I went to also had the same group, but for high schoolers. That's where everyone got together and got to do activities, got to talk about the Bible, got to pray, do all that great stuff. And again, I'm talking about public school. And I live in the Bible Belt area, so it'd be a little more appropriate to do that. But yeah, not all public schools bash on religion that way, nor do they ban it from the schools. As a matter of fact, 78% of Americans claim to be Christian. So, take that whole minority shit and shove it up your ass, please.
Saying that if the 10 Commandments were read in school,
a student might feel inclined to follow them.
Really?
For over 50 years, Christians have been unwilling to get involved. People who do not love our God have stolen our country.
Oh my fucking God. If you do not love our God, if you don't acknowledge that Jesus Christ is the Son and is God, if you don't acknowledge the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, then you stole our country. No. As a matter of fact, Christianity wants to do nothing but be in the history books and take credit for everything that is established. That is what the people in the Christian institutions want to do. Not the individual Christians that have their head screwed on right, but the churches as a whole, the lunatics that are of the Christian faith. They want to erase any other history and make it look like everything was part of God. Everything in history is God. It doesn't matter if it's accurate or not. Fuck you for having a different view. And again, America was not founded by Christian principles. There may have been some Christian influences, sure, but our founding fathers wanted to abolish forced religion because of how Europe has suffered from the Catholic Church.
Jesus said we are salt and light.
Salt and light melt ice.
It is time for a thaw.
President Ronald Reagan called America a shining light on a hill, a beacon of hope for the world to see.
Ronald Reagan was also in favor of voluntary prayer, not forced prayer. Let me read a quote from Ronald Reagan really quick. Time has come for this Congress to give a majority of American families what they want for their children. The firm assurance that children can hold voluntary prayers in their schools, just as the Congress itself begins each of its daily sessions with an opening prayer. Now, there are two key things that you gotta point out in this little quote right here. The first part I want you to look at is majority of American families, acknowledging that the majority of American families practice the Christian religion. The second part I want you to look at, voluntary prayer. That means these children should have the right to pray in school if they want to. They should not be forced by the school to pray or partake in any religious rituals if they don't want to.
We are going to let our little American lights shine.
Through the power of Jesus Christ, we proclaim today.
We refuse to be frozen out of the public square. Our voices will be heard.
Let's reverse it.
Oh, let's reverse it. So let's make it to where the Christians are the majority, and if anybody is an atheist, agnostic, deist, Buddhist, Hinduist, Taoist, and any other religion that is not Christian, let's persecute them. Let's harass them some more. When you already do that on your own, and again, I'm referring to these extremists. I just have to point this out there throughout the video because I know there are people that are going to have their short attention spans and they're going to take some of the things I say the wrong way, so just got to make that clear.
Fix it. We are going to turn it around. This is a call to our generation. We are calling on the youth of America to join us.
At ReachAmerica, we are creating a Christ-centered counterculture, a C4 community.
Christ-centered counterculture. C4. Speaking of C4, here's a C4 bomb explosion.
A place filled with Christian teens on a mission
to reach America and our friends for Christ.
Christ and our country matter to us.
At ReachAmerica, we are learning to lead our generation.
We are servants, encouragers,
We are learning to hear God's voice and adjust our lives to His will.
We are encouragers. We are encouragers by forcing your views onto people. By making people feel like shit if they are either confused by your beliefs or if they don't totally want to follow them at all. Yeah, great job on twisting your words around there. Great job.
God is changing our lives.
We are building life-changing relationships.
Okay, God is not changing your lives. You guys most likely grew up in a religious household that forced religion on you. You also probably went to a religious church where the preacher forced religion down your throat, and if you spoke up in church, you were called out, you were considered a heathen, you were slandered, your character was defamed. Just a lot of unimaginable shit happened to you. A lot of bullying and harassment happened to you if you spoke out or questioned anything about the Bible or what the preacher had to say.
We are a family. We are a team. We are an army.
Christ is our commander.
Oh, this is beginning to sound a lot like Jesus Camp. Anybody remember that documentary?
His will is our charge.
We are impacting our friends,
our families, our community,
our state, our country.
We are in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
We are in a war! Yep. These kids probably were at Jesus Camp at some point in their lives, or a camp similar to that. Sounds very identical to Becky Fisher's Jesus Camp. If anybody remembers that documentary, Becky Fisher basically breaks these kids down by manipulating them. And pretty much, she made a statement where she wanted the children to be as strong as the Islamic children that were trained by the Islamic parents and the Taliban to be suicidal bombers. But the only difference is, we're doing it with the Bible! Yep, don't believe me? I'm gonna have the Jesus Camp documentary in the description down below.
And we know it.
Failure is not an option.
We are going to win this war.
We're gonna win this war! Failure's not an option, we're an army, fuck yeah! Yep, sounds a lot like Jesus Camp to me. The Christian version of the Taliban, pretty much.
If God be for us,
who can be against us?
What a way to twist Romans to suit your needs.
The thaw has begun.
High school Christian teens,
join us.
Join us! Join us at ReachAmerica!
In the fight for our generation.
For our nation.
For our future.
In America,
we still hold these truths to be self-evident.
That all men are created equal.
That they are endowed by their Creator.
With certain unalienable rights.
That among these are life,
liberty,
and the pursuit of happiness.
What a way to take what the forefathers wanted for this country and twist it for your own needs. And one thing I forgot to point out in this video earlier, as far as the Pledge of Allegiance, God was not put in the Pledge of Allegiance until 1954 by President Eisenhower, when we wanted to prove to the godless heathens in communist Russia that we were a Christian nation. So it wasn't so much having genuine faith in the Christian God. It was a pissing contest with the communists in Russia during the Cold War. That's all it pretty much was. Thus begins more cramming down your throats with the religious bullshit.
Join the movement at ReachAmerica.
Let's reach our communities.
Let's reach our states.
Let's reach America.
America! Fuck yeah!
Adults, please pray for us.
Support us.
And get involved. Together, looking to Christ as a strength, the Thaw will be complete, and America will be one nation under God. Again.
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
No, it's not. I mean, that's just a blatant-ass lie already. I mean, seriously, Okay, and you're gonna hear me repeat this throughout the video. Christianity is comprised of fucking 88% of America's population. I mean, let's be reasonable here. Does that sound like a fucking diminishing religion to you? How many presidents have been Christians? Well, I mean, only 44 out of 44. I mean, that's not a lot. It's fucking every president. Okay, there's really no such thing as an atheist public officer in this country, and I'm talking about politicians and such. Because there's so much discrimination towards atheists. And I probably sound like these kids when I talk about discrimination towards atheists. But I'm planning to upload another Atheist Apple Radio video podcast on why atheism is so discriminated, and how atheism is so discriminated against. But more on that later. Let's just continue this video. And by the way, what the hell's with this cross here, frozen? Like, it's a shitty metaphor, and it looks like they put an American flag on the ground. They're gonna need to burn that flag now. I think that's the custom, at least.
Why can't I pray in school?
You fucking can pray in school! Bow your fucking head down and do as Bo Dietl from Fox News would do. Ooga, 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 ooga! I mean, seriously, let's be real here. You don't have... I mean, how can they even prohibit praying in schools? You just put your head down and say, "Dear Lord, oh, please give me the right to pray in schools." And God will reach his hand down and you say, "You fucking dumbass, you're already praying in schools." And she'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm praying in school right now." And I'll be like, "You fucking..." Okay, that's not the law. It was voted unconstitutional to force your prayer on others. Okay, if you're gonna pray in school, you need to keep it to yourself. You need to keep it to yourself. That's what the law, or at least the pending law, is right now. Okay, keep it to yourself. There's a reason we have freedom of religion in this country. Okay, let's continue.
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
What the fuck does that even mean? Frickin' Justin Bieber looking kid. Like, what does that even mean? Check your religion at the door. You're a fucking Christian. You're the majority of this country. You do not have to check your religion at the door. It's not like there's little TSA officers that run up and say, "What is your religion?" That's not a thing. Like, what is this kid even talking about?
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
I don't know. Maybe because you go to a dumbass school. I mean, like, if you can't write about God in your papers, then I'd take that up with your teacher, not the U.S. government. Although I guess it depends on what papers you're writing. But, of course, we do have freedom of religion. You do not, however, have freedom to force your religion on others. These kids are just telling a bunch of blatant-ass lies.
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
Okay, hold on right there, bitch. Hold on right there, okay? You think that Christianity is so persecuted. I've explained this before in multiple Atheist Apple radio videos, but there is nothing, and I mean nothing, in this cursed world that fucking pisses me off more than when Christians say that they are persecuted by atheists in the United States of America. Christians are the majority in this country, okay? And not only that, try being an atheist for a day, hun. Try being an atheist for a day, where you have to keep your fucking mouth shut just to keep a job, and just to keep the trust of the family members. Try being an atheist for a day where you're considered on a lower moral standard than a rapist, where rapists are considered more trustworthy than you. Yeah, you can sit there and give me that stupid-ass face. Try being an atheist for a day, and then we'll talk about persecution.
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
They are not what? Okay. They're taking God out of your history books because, well, first of all, God was never in the history books unless you're talking about the Bible, which isn't real history in the first place. And, history books contain history, not an invisible sky daddy in the sky. Okay? God never interfered in history. Unless you're talking about the stupid bullshit in the Bible, which has never been proven to be true, by the way. But God did not interfere in any factual history. And by that I mean real history, not bullshit history. Okay? So therefore, there's no need for God to be in there. Also, there's no proof that God exists. And why the hell are you so offended that God is not in the history book anyways? Are you offended that God isn't in your math textbook or your fucking Frankenstein that you're reading in sophomore English or whatever? Like, what the hell? Are you serious right now?
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
Because creation isn't a science. Period. Okay? This fucking girl, you need to get into your head that creation isn't a science. If there's no freaking evidence behind it, it's not a science. Okay? Evolution, that is a science. Creationism is not a science. I don't need to repeat anything any further. Okay, I just don't need to. See what this kid has to say.
Why am I called names because I believe in marriage the way God designed it?
Okay, here's the deal, you stupid idiot. If you're against, you have absolutely no reason to be against homosexuality, and this is what a lot of other people who think like I think. If your personal life is not affected by two men banging, then you have no reason, no right to go after them. If your life is not affected by two guys getting married, then you have no reason to criticize them. Just leave them alone and get on with your own life. Don't worry about other people who want to live the way they want to live, because it won't affect you. Worry about yourself. Alright? And besides, you're too young to understand marriage and all that kind of stuff. I feel like all you're doing is repeating a bunch of bullshit that your pastors and your parents told you. Either that or you're just reading off a script or something.
Some even call us hateful.
Oh, wait, let's continue.
Hypocrites.
Unloving.
Close-minded.
Bigots.
That's because you are. Try being an atheist for a day, once again, and see how Christians treat you.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
Because there are children starving in Africa, honey. Okay? They pray, and what do they get? They get jack shit. They don't get anything. And Tim Tebow, this already star athlete, has to pray to God just so he gets a winning touchdown. Does Tim Tebow not realize that there are children starving in Africa? What the hell does God do to those guys? Is God a selfish bastard that doesn't help the little black kids in Africa, but he helps the big tough Tim Tebow that everyone loves? What is that even supposed to mean? Should the children in Africa be praying to win the NBA instead of praying for food? What? You're putting a strange image on God, honey. You're putting a strange image on God.
The football coach at Ridgeland High School in Georgia was investigated by the school board.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist?
He allowed local churches to feed his football team.
Okay, I did a little bit of research on this subject, and here's what I found. That this particular football coach dragged a bunch of kids into a Christian church to feed them, therefore causing a form of forcing religion on others who may not have been Christian, okay? That's forcing religion. That's why I cause an uproar, okay? It's not a deal about freedom of religion. It's a deal about forcing religion, okay? You kids obviously don't even know what you're talking about. It's so clear to me that you don't know what you're talking about. I've been talking here for 10 minutes and only 1 minute of this video has passed. Let's try to go a little quicker.
In public school, I'm called lesbian
Or gay.
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself from marriage.
In
That has
public
nothing
school,
to do with
dating is
religion.
an obligation.
That has nothing to do with religion at all.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
Actually, it's just the complete opposite of that, believe it or not.
Bullying is common.
Yeah, bullying is common. That has nothing to do with Christianity.
What we see in our health classes,
Sex education.
4th grade and up.
Is pornography.
No, it's fucking not! Telling you how reproduction happens is not pornography. You want to know what pornography is? It's two guys, or two girls, or a man and a woman, or maybe even more than... Okay, I'm getting a little too specific. It's people doing the reproductive actions on camera, on the internet, for people to see. That is pornography. People who engage in this kind of stuff. Are you implying that your mother and father are porn stars because you exist? Are you implying that, Like, what does this even mean? Like, are you implying that the no, reproductive education, physical education, health education is not pornography. Unless they're showing you videos of two people getting it on, it is not pornography. Oh my God, this kid, he looks like he should be like like in high school at least, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. This just shows how arrogant and ignorant these kids are of what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about.
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
If it doesn't affect your life, don't fucking worry about it. Let people make their own damn decisions. It's not like you are the supreme decision maker of everyone else's life, okay? If they choose to get an abortion, leave them alone. It doesn't affect you.
In public school, people believe Christians are goody-goods and boring.
That's
Dirty
true.
jokes fill the hallways between classes.
During class,
Before school, at lunch,
After school,
On the bus, off the bus.
It's funny because these kids look like those types who would make these jokes, especially those boys. But seriously, this is just classic middle school stuff, high school stuff. I mean, there's no reason for these kids to be complaining about it. So far as I can tell, it probably doesn't have anything to do with religion.
Get the idea?
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
No, it wasn't, I'm sorry to tell you. I mean, yes, that is the popular belief, actually. The popular belief is that America was founded on a Christian nation. That is not true, however, okay? This girl is so stupid, I swear to God. And she... Okay, America was not founded on a Christian nation. It was founded as a deist nation. George Washington, the founding fathers, they were all deists, not Christians, okay? And if you don't know what that is, you need to start looking it up, honey, because here's the deal. George Washington himself said, the United States of America is in no way a Christian nation. I mean, even frickin' Thomas Jefferson, Abe Lincoln, and Teddy Roosevelt made comments about how they were not directly or Christian, or that they did not agree with the fact that America was in fact a Christian nation. It's not. It's a deist nation. The only reason that we believe it's a Christian nation is because it's full of a bunch of Christians who think it is, and because Christians make up the majority of the population. Now, I don't think that the United States is a Christian nation at all. It's full of Christians. The majority of the people in the United States are Christians, yes, but it's not a Christian nation, because if you call it a Christian nation, it sounds like there's no freedom of religion.
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
It's the center of a religious community, not the state community, okay? There is a big separation between the church and the state, and it is constitutional that it stays that way.
In school, prayer and pledge to the flag was welcomed and appreciated.
It is, okay, all but one of those things is still appreciated, okay? People say the pledge with much appreciation these days, okay? But here's what they don't do. Those who do not believe in God probably don't want to put under God in there. Why? Because the pledge is biased towards Christians. It's biased towards the majority. Okay, if you think... All these kids are just implying that Christianity is not the majority. Like it's so rare, it's so threatened. It's not. If anything, atheism and all the other religions are threatened by Christianity. These people are stupid. They're stupid. I mean, it's probably terrible of me to be calling such kids stupid, but I have no other choice.
One would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
I don't think this kid knows what he's talking about. But never mind. I do know that this kid doesn't know what he's talking about.
America was once a force for good.
I don't think anyone ever said it wasn't. And that comment has nothing to do with religion either.
America was once the hope for the world.
What?
What happened?
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
In 1963, the courts ruled the Bible unconstitutional.
No. Prayer was not ruled unconstitutional. The forcing of prayer was ruled unconstitutional. Teachers forcing their kids to pray is unconstitutional. Teaching the Bible in schools is unconstitutional because not everyone's going to believe in it. Not everyone is going to agree with it. It's unconstitutional because otherwise you'd be forcing your religion on people. And that is against the law here in America. Okay, you have no right to force your religion on others. You have a freedom of the religion, but you have no freedom to force it on others. That is the difference that these kids just don't get.
Saying that if the Ten Commandments were read in school, a student might feel inclined to follow them.
That's not true. It all depends on whether or not you're a Christian. Okay? I'm not a Christian, and I don't intend to follow the Ten Commandments. I partake in activities that I do not partake in activities that the Ten Commandments forbids, like killing. I don't kill. I don't rape or anything like that. I don't think that's one. Well, anyway, the point is, okay, I mean, I could get into a whole discussion here as to why our morals are not based off of Christianity and God. But the Ten Commandments are not allowed to be taught in schools because otherwise you'd be forcing your religion, okay? Christianity doesn't have all these privileges just because it's the most dominant religion in the United States. Just because it's the most dominant religion in the United States doesn't mean you get to force it on everyone else.
Really?
Really?
For over 50 years, Christians have been unwilling to get involved. People who do not love our God have stolen our country.
You need to prove that God exists. But I guess that's a whole nother debate.
Jesus said we are salt and light.
Salt and light melt ice.
Your analogy doesn't mean shit.
It is time for a thaw.
President Ronald Reagan called America a shining
light
on a hill, a beacon of hope for the world to see.
And that has nothing to do with religion. And by the way, these kids, are they politicians or something? Because first of all, they're as stupid as politicians. And second of all, they think that they know all this shit about the American government when all they're probably doing is just taking quotes from their parents or taking quotes from a script that they're reading. Especially this little kid. He does not look like he knows much about our government's politics. I mean, I think that this video here is using children to appeal to people. They're using children to make it so that people be like, they children talking about how Christianity is being persecuted, which of course it's not. And, therefore I want to appeal to these kids because they're so cute. No, like, it seems like a cheap advertising gimmick if you talk to me about it.
We are going to let our little American lights shine.
He was clearly reading from a script there, I could tell.
Through the power of Jesus Christ, we
By the way, kid, you said keep the power of Jesus Christ. I just want to mention, it is unconstitutional to mix the church and the state, okay? It is a constitutional right that the church and the state stay separate. No exceptions. Why are there no exceptions? Because it's a fucking constitutional right, that's why. This kid obviously doesn't understand politics at all.
Claim today.
We refuse to be frozen out of the public square.
You're not. You're Christians, okay? If it's anyone who's being frozen out of the public square, it's friggin' atheists. Try being an atheist for a day.
Our voices will be heard.
They've already been heard, honey, and it doesn't sound like you're saying much that's right. Your voices can be heard, yeah, but they're not necessarily going to be agreed with.
Let's reverse it.
Reverse it? Well, if you want to reverse Christianity, then I suppose it would become the... if you really wanted to reverse the whole idea of Christianity in the United States, if you want to know what the opposite of Christianity in the United States is, it'd be 20% Christians and 80% atheists. Well, okay, if you really want that reverse to happen, I guess so, if you want to become the minority, because you're already the goddamn majority. Jesus.
Fix it. We are going to turn it around. This is a call to our generation. We are calling on the youth of America to join us.
At ReachAmerica, we are creating a Christ-centered counterculture, a C4 community.
These kids are just so fucking clearly reading from the script. They probably don't even know what they're talking about. They're probably just Christians being indoctrinated to this bullshit because they can't think for themselves.
Place filled with Christian teens on a mission.
on a mission? You're teens. You know nothing about politics. You clearly know nothing about... I mean, I'm not saying that teens don't know anything about politics. I knew a fair deal amount of politics when I was a teen. But let's be real here. You're not going to understand politics as a whole. You're not going to be able to change the church and the state. Okay? You're not going to be able to do that if you seriously think you are. Your YouTube channel has 460 subscribers on it. I mean, that's nothing. I mean, obviously, mine doesn't have any more than that as of right now. It has a lot less. But you're not going to make a difference, kids. You're not. I mean, this is bullshit, okay? You go to the fucking courts or wherever you want to go, and they'll say, honey, everything that you're saying is just so completely wrong. You're spewing a bunch of bullshit. If these kids can even remember what they said five minutes after they said it, because they're like, oh, I'm saying this stuff that I guess appeals to Christianity, and I guess it appeals to my beliefs, but I don't really know much about it. That's really what I'm getting the impression of here.
Reach America and our friends for Christ.
Christ and our country matter to us.
Okay, I mean, I could get into a whole debate here about why Christianity is not valid and why Christ doesn't exist. These kids have just been indoctrinated. And that's all. That's the only reason that they think this. If these kids were taught to think for themselves instead of indoctrinated, they'd probably all be atheists, really. I mean, most of the people who are taught to think for themselves actually turn out as atheists.
At Reach America, we are learning to lead our generation.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Christianity has been leading every fucking generation in this country ever, because Christianity has always been the majority religion in this country.
They're servants, encouragers.
We are learning to hear God's voice and adjust our lives to His.
Hey, all you little Christians down there. My name is God, and I am saying that, even though I exist and that I totally awesome agree with the stuff you're saying, I don't agree with the stuff you're saying, because you're wrong about the politics in the United States. How do I know? Because I'm omniscient. I mean, even God couldn't agree with these idiots if God existed. Oh my lord.
God is changing our lives.
If by changing our lives you mean making you a little bit more comfortable about what happens after death, yeah, sure.
We are building life-changing relationships.
Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, I don't think these people... I don't even think the script writers knew what they were talking... Well, clearly the script writers didn't know what they were talking about, but now they're just coming up with a bunch of filler dialogue.
We are a family. We are a team.
See, they're not even promoting Christianity anymore. They're not even telling us why Christianity is being, quote, thrown out of everything. Like, now they're just saying, we're a family, we're a team, we can do this, we can do this. It's just a bunch of promotional bullshit that doesn't tell us anything.
Are an army.
No, you're not an army. You're a bunch of teenagers who complain about the separation of the church and the state. If you don't like that, go live in your own goddamn country where Christianity is required.
Christ is our command.
His will is our charge.
We are impacting our friends.
Yeah, damn right you're impacting your friends by shunning them away if they're not Christians. Damn right you're impacting your friends if you're trying to force them into your religion, which is unconstitutional.
Families, our community,
our state, our country.
We are in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
No, you're not in any war, okay? You are not in any war. Christianity, once again, is the majority. Okay, if there's any war being fought here, it's for the war on reason, or the war of people to think reasonably. The war for atheism. Like, it's not even a war to begin with. I mean, okay, I know Americans like to call everything a war. War on poverty, war on this. It's clearly not a war, but let's be honest here. This is no war. And little chubby Ron Weasley here clearly doesn't know what he's thinking about, what he's talking about, because no one in their right mind would say we're on a war against those who despise Christianity, aka the fucking 20% of the population who aren't Christians, and are clearly, it's not even the atheists and the Muslims and all them who are trying to get Christianity out of the state. It's the Christians themselves that are trying to get religion out of the state, because They know, the smart people, unlike you, they know that not everybody practices Christianity, and they know that a constitutional right is to keep the church and the state separate, and they know that our constitutional rights are not to force religion on anyone. That's why they want a separation of religion in schools. These kids obviously, like it's their own people that are voting for this stuff, and they don't even realize it.
And we know it.
Yeah, you obviously don't.
Not an option.
Well, you've already failed because you're trying to go against constitutional rights here, and there is no way that those can ever be changed. Ever. Because they're constitutional rights. You don't lose them.
We are going to win this war.
There is no
God
war.
before us.
Who can be against us?
The Thaw.
Every other fucking religion in the world can be against you. Why? Because they don't all believe in the God that you do. Also, you haven't even proven that God exists. So why the fuck should, like what? Are you like God's little, like why the hell can't God do this himself? Why does God require a bunch of little tiny teenagers who don't know what they're talking about to do his work for him? Why does God require you guys to do what, why does God require you, basically? That's what I'm asking. Why can't God, the supposedly omnipotent, all, can do everything, why does he require you to be able to take this on?
High school Christian teens.
Join us.
Join us. Join us at ReachAmerica.
Yeah, join you at ReachAmerica, the YouTube site that doesn't even have a fucking profile picture on it. Oh, wait a minute, look at this! All comments disabled for this video. Let's read the description here real quick. Christianity is being frozen out of the public American square. It's time for a thaw. This is a call to teens across America to join us at Reach America to bring Christ back into America. I don't know how much I can stress this, but fucking Christianity is in America. Christianity is mostly, America is mostly Christianity. How can you not get this? How, for the love of God, and which is of course ironic that I'm saying that, do you not understand this, you stupid little shits?
Fight for our generation.
For our nation.
For our future.
In America.
We still...
If you're talking about a future of Christianity, we're also talking about a future of scientifically illiterate kids who believe in a bunch of rib woman, talking snake, naked people, flying unicorns. Well, no, never mind, not flying unicorns. But you're talking about a bunch of people who believe in unreasonable shit, like talking snakes, worldwide floods for which there is no evidence, people who wrote on dinosaurs, all kinds of shit, who don't understand science, the stuff that we actually have proof for. Like, it's ridiculous. These kids, okay, quick joke here. These kids are proof that evolution can go in reverse. But,
hold these truths to be self-evident.
That all men are created equal.
Yes, all men are created equal. Also, the ones that don't believe in your God. Is it not, like, prevalent to you that... Okay, never mind. Let's keep going on.
They are endowed by their Creator
with certain unalienable rights.
Certain unalienable rights. The church, the separation of the church and the state. That means unalienable. I don't think you know what that word means. Do you know what that word means? I don't think you know what that word means. It means that it is undebatable. It is final. It cannot be challenged. Okay, there is no refutation for its separation of the church and the state. It's gonna happen, whether you like it or not. If you don't like it, go live somewhere else. Quit making your stupid faces at me and let's continue. We're almost done with this stupid video, thank God.
And among these are life,
liberty,
and the pursuit of happiness.
Pursuit of happiness means choose your own religion. It doesn't mean try to dominate the country, which, by the way, you already have.
Join the movement at Reach America.
Let's reach our communities.
Let's reach our states.
Let's reach America.
Reach him with what? God? Well, yeah, probably, considering that's what they've been talking about this entire video. But, I mean, let's be serious here. Let's be serious here. There are some people out there who don't believe in God, period.
Adults, please pray for us.
And what the fuck's that gonna do? What, like, seriously, like, what the hell is prayer supposed to accomplish? Like, I'm gonna laugh if by the year 2025, or probably sooner than that, these kids, they're gonna be all grown-ass up, and then they won't have accomplished anything. They will not have accomplished shit. You know, I'm tempted to go look at their fucking website once I'm done refuting this video, so that I can, because I haven't done that before, honestly. And I'm gonna take a look and see, how much support they've gotten.
Support us.
And get involved. Together, looking to Christ as a strength, the Thaw will be complete, and America will be one nation under God.
What about all the Muslims? Like, I don't think they would appreciate that. I don't think that they would appreciate that at all. Or the Buddhists who live in this country, or the Scientologists that live in this country, or, you know, even the Hindus that live in this country. They wouldn't appreciate it. You gotta think about other people here.
Again.
See, I think it's kind of ironic that the cross came out and then it just, like, fell down. Like, they obviously didn't think about that, because the cross fell down and it was like Christianity was falling down. It's funny because that's not the message they were trying to get in there. Oh, look at this! They use fucking Windows Movie Maker font, or whatever the hell that is, in this video. This is clearly unprofessional. Let's ReachAmerica.org, huh?
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
That's apparently Christianity is being frozen out of America. And instead of offering any real evidence for this, instead we're just shown a picture of a flag, some ice, and a cross. Well, oh wait, I mean that must be it. The cross is Christianity, right? And then they're frozen. That must be the ice. And then the flag represents America. See, Christianity frozen out of America, so they got all three in a picture, and that's their evidence for that. Must be true.
Why can't I pray in school?
I think the better question might be, why do you think you can't pray in school? Because, I mean, if it was actually outlawed the way you guys try to portray it as being, you could still do it. The problem you have is that you can't get everyone else to stop what they're doing and, like, watch you and respect you as you pray. Because, I mean, it's so important for everyone to know that you're praying right then. You can't just close your eyes and give a quick prayer, or just pray in the hallway before school, after school. Before a test, you want to say your little prayer. Like, nobody's going to stop you. It's just like when you want to disrupt everyone else with your prayer, that's when it becomes an issue, and you guys are like, I can't even pray in school. Because all I wanted to do was just shove my prayer right down your fucking throat, and then they said I couldn't. So now that means that I can't pray in school. Why can't I pray in school?
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
Yeah, nobody said that you had to check your religion at the door. You just don't use it as an excuse to try and infringe on other people's rights. Do you understand? It's the same way that you would say, like, why does a teacher have to check his religion at the door before he comes in and teaches at a public school? Like, let's say he was a Muslim teacher. Why does he have to check his religion at the door? Why can't he teach your children about being Muslim and all about Islam and Muhammad and Allah? I mean, Christians don't mind that at all, right? No? Oh, wait. Giant double standard. It's like freedom, and it's, you know, to freedom of religion if you want to put Christianity in schools and if you want to force some kind of Christian prayer, but then you're trampling on their freedoms again if you allow any other religion to do the same fucking thing.
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
I don't think I've ever heard of that, where if a school paper is about something like a certain subject, then that would be why you can't write on a different subject. But if the teacher just gives you free range to write on whatever you want, and then you get in trouble for writing about your religion or God or something like that, then that teacher is wrong because they gave you free range. But I mean, if they are saying you have to write something about the Civil War, and you come around like God did the freeing of the slaves and all that bullshit, obviously that's not exactly a good paper on the Civil War. That's you talking out your ass.
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
Well, I'm not sure if you're aware, but supposedly if your God exists, like you say he does, he'll be the one punishing us if we curse him or use his name in vain or any of that bullshit, okay? You have to tolerate it because freedom of speech. You live in America and we have freedom of speech. So if I say goddamn or Jesus Christ, what are you going to do? Not tolerate it? How exactly would you not tolerate it? You're going to punish me, lock me up? What are you going to give me a few lashes? How exactly are you going to not tolerate that? And we absolutely do tolerate religion. You can do whatever the fuck you want as long as you don't impose it on others. That's the way it goes. Do you understand that? Just because your religion says that same-sex marriage is bad doesn't mean that you get to go around telling people of the same sex that they can't get married. It means that you, since you're part of that fucking religion, can follow those rules. You can avoid gay marriage. Good for you. You can have the opinion that gay marriage is bad. You cannot, however, make it so some gay people can't get married, which unfortunately that's the way it is, but things are slowly changing. We're going in the correct direction, but you fuckers are on the wrong side of history. You know what I mean?
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
Damn it. Why are they taking God out of my history books? I was reading through my U.S. history book, and it didn't say nothing about Jesus once. Why would they do that? I don't get it. Everybody knows U.S. history is all about Jesus. Well, I mean, if you're a Mormon anyway.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
Mainly because creation isn't a theory. It's just made-up bullshit. I mean, why do they teach every theory in science except that the world is actually a butt plug on a giant pink unicorn? I read that somewhere. I found enough people that believe it. Why does science not teach about that? Why are they excluding the theory of pink unicorn butt plug universe?
Why am I called names? Because I believe in marriage the way God designed it.
And why are these guys calling me names? Because I believe in marriage the way God designed it. I don't support gay marriage. I don't see why people are calling me all these names, especially with this awesome haircut I have. Ew.
Some even call us hateful,
hypocrites,
unloving,
closed-minded,
bigots.
And some people actually have the nerve to call us what we are. I mean, you're closed-minded. You're like, people call us closed-minded. But then you say, well, why shouldn't gay people be able to get married? It says so in the Bible, God. But, you know, no, the Bible, God. Oh, but we're supposed to what? Call you open-minded? And then you're bigoted towards people, but when you get called bigoted, you don't like that much. So you're hateful fucks, and as soon as someone calls you a hateful fuck, because you are one, you're like, I can't believe they would call me a hateful fuck. I mean, I'm just acting like a hateful fuck.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
The football coach at Ridgeland High School in Georgia was investigated by the school board.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist?
He allowed local churches to feed his football team.
And this is the kind of dishonest bullshit that really turns me off from Christians and Christianity. They're like, they're so morally superior, but they just left out all the facts of that story and why he was investigated and why he was taking. I mean, you could take your kids anywhere to have them fed, your football team. I'm sure they're not starving anyway. But no, he had to take them to churches and have them preached to while they were eating, and that's why he was investigated. But they leave all that out, and instead they're like, just show the flag and the hunk of ice and the cross. Because, I mean, Christianity, frozen America. Frozen out of America. Yeah, that's it. We'll just keep pretending like we're so fucking persecuted. You know, we're punching freedom in the face, and then when we break a nail doing it, we're like, oh my God, did you see what they did to us? Fuck you people. I mean, this is a bunch of kids. They hopefully don't know any better, but this is the kind of attitude that kids have, and then when they grow up, they turn into the biggest goddamn douchebags and the politicians that think that they have a right to impose their religion on us. Fuck you.
In public school, I'm called lesbian
or gay
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself from marriage.
So wait a second. They call you lesbian and gay, which is technically only an insult because those people are frowned upon by people like you. Okay, so they call you the names of the people that you guys are bigoted towards and want to deny rights to because you want to go a certain way, you want to live your life a certain way, and they don't agree with it. How does it feel? Boo-hoo! How the fuck does it feel, you bastards? How does it feel getting your asses like called names and we get called names because we want to live our life the way we want to live it, and then you turn around and call other people names and deny them rights if they want to live their life the way they want to live it? You fuck it. And they call us hypocrites. Oh, and bigots. I don't get it. Fuck you.
In public school, dating is an obligation.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
This sounds like a bunch of uninformed tripe. Opinion at the very best. It's just opinion. Like dating is required. No, it's not. There's no rule. There's no law. You just feel peer pressure. The same kind of peer pressure you're trying to inflict on any kids watching your fucking video right now. Like, look at us. We're a group of kids. And we're Christian. And we're so cool. And so be like us because we're so persecuted. If you've got a victim complex, we've got a club for you to join. And in public school, people are just they're so rude and disrespectful to all these Christians like me. You sound so fucking full of yourselves. Just more victim bullshit. Like, everyone is against us Christians, even though we're like 80% of the population.
Bullying is common.
What we see in our health classes,
sex education,
4th grade and up,
is pornography.
Being taught how the human body works offends me so. Like, they showed me a drawing of the testes and the penis, and there was like a urethra. Oh my God, straight up porn. I got a half chub looking at the drawing of a penis because I'm such an oppressed piece of shit.
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
All right, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but it seems like there are a lot of other things that they can make fun of you for before they got to like abortion. I'm just saying. People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
In public school, people believe Christians are goody-goods and boring.
Dirty jokes fill the hallways between classes.
During class,
before school, at lunch, after school,
on the bus,
off the bus. Get the idea?
So, I mean, whoever edited this did a fucking terrible job. The first clip is them saying how like Christians are looked at as the goody-goodies, like as if that's a problem. But then the very next thing is they're all complaining about hearing a dirty joke. Like, anytime. Like, apparently there's no proper place for a kid to tell a dirty joke. And these other kids that are like, I can't stand hearing dirty jokes. And then they're like, well, I don't understand why Christians are called goody-goody.
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
Despite modern popular belief. Like the Treaty of Tripoli. You fucking stupid bitch. Oh my God. No, despite Christianist, revisionist history where they just, they shove under God into the Pledge of Allegiance and then try and pretend like it was always there. Where they slap in God we trust on all the bills and the coins and then pretend like it was always there. And then they pretend like everyone was just such a big Christian and that they not only were they let's say all the founding fathers were Christian, okay? I'll give it to you, even though it's totally wrong. Let's assume that they were. They were still smart enough to put in the Constitution that there should be no religious test, and that the government can't choose or promote one religion over another. So even those Christians were much, much smarter than you are, And they weren't stupid enough to basically say, get out if you don't agree with me, because it's a Christian nation, and I should be able to impose my Christianity on you because I say it's a Christian nation.
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
In school, prayer and pledge to the flag was welcomed and appreciated.
No one would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
America was once a force for good.
America was once the hope for the world.
And now we're just a bunch of pig-fucking ignorant douchebags who are just hell-bent on, like, America is a Christian nation. Everything would be better if we just prayed in school. I mean, obviously the world would look at America and think, oh, it's a force for good again, as long as we just start praying in school. And we can keep drone striking other countries. We can keep, invading and helping out and doing all that kind of stuff. And they won't mind as long as we start praying in our schools again, because then we're a force for good. These absolutely fucking no sense. No, makes no sense. No, there's no correlation. Causation, correlation. Fuck it.
What happened?
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
You're leaving out that all-important word, forced prayer. It's unconstitutional to have forced prayer. You know why? Freedom of religion, which while it gives you the right to do whatever you want with your religion, also gives other people the right to be free from your bullshit religion. Do you understand? It's a double-edged sword. The same freedom that gives you the right to be religious gives other people the right not to have to listen to your bullshit. Got it?
In 1963, the courts ruled the Bible unconstitutional,
saying that if the Ten Commandments were read in school, a student might feel inclined to follow them.
Really?
Yeah, really. Like if you read out a list of rules at school, you expect students to follow them, right? So if you're reading out the Ten Commandments and you're not only this, they want you to have to fucking pray, and not just pray, but Christian pray. It has to be Christian prayer. And then they want the Bible shoved in there. And then when they read you the Ten Commandments, they expect you not to take them as rules given to you. And as the school reads you off the Ten Commandments, you're not supposed to consider that rules after they shove the Bible back in there and then reinstate Christian prayer. Are you fucking serious? Is anyone out there dumb enough not to? I mean, even other Christians out there should be able to see how fucking retarded that is. That of course that's why the fucking Supreme Court made that decision. Of course that would be seen as like forcing religion on children. And of course they would look at it, especially after you shove make them pray and put them Bible in each of their hands. They're going to fucking think, yeah, I better follow these 10 commandments, otherwise I'm going to burn in hell. Children are susceptible to that bullshit, and that's why we keep it out of schools. Obviously, indoctrination is an issue. Look at all these retards I'm responding to.
For over 50 years, Christians have been unwilling to get involved. People who do not love our God have stolen our country.
They stole our country.
Jesus said we are salt and light.
Salt and light melt ice.
Did you learn that from your creation science teacher?
It is time for a thaw.
President Ronald Reagan called America a shining light on a hill, a beacon of hope for the world to see.
USA, 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 USA.
We are going to let our little American lights shine.
Through the power of Jesus Christ, we proclaim today.
We refuse to be frozen out of the public square. Our voices will be heard.
Your voices will be heard because you are not frozen out of the public square. You were totally free to make this video. No, you didn't have to quietly make it in a basement or something. You're totally free to make this video. You're also totally free to post it on whatever websites you want, including YouTube here. Absolutely no issues. Nobody's like, take down this video. Christians are supposed to be frozen out of the public square. You fucking idiots. You victim complex douchebags.
Let's reverse it. Fix it.
We are going to turn it around. This is a call to our generation.
Jesus. It's a call. A bunch of waterheads calling a bunch of other fucking waterheads. Derp, 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 herp, herp, derp, herp, derp.
We are calling on the youth of America to join us.
At Reach America, we are creating a Christ-centered counterculture, a C4 community.
A place filled with Christian teens on a mission
to reach America and our friends for Christ.
Oh, well, I assume that the government is shutting you down, right? Oh, no? No, in fact, the government gives you like a tax-free status for your church and your bullshit. The same country that's freezing out your Christian crap is totally allowing you to do it for tax-free. And you're frozen out in such a way that you are able to just create your own groups. And then I bet you all these kids are like super conservative too. They love Jesus the liberal until they've got to do something liberal like, and they're like, oh, fuck that. Jesus said love everybody. I'm more like, I kind of like hating people. But what would Jesus do? Fuck that shit. We don't really care. We just like throwing his name in there because it makes us feel special.
Christ and our country matter to us.
At Reach America, we are learning to lead our generation.
We are servants, encouragers.
We are learning to hear God's voice and adjust our lives to His will.
God is changing our lives.
We are building life-changing relationships.
This really doesn't have anything to do with like the meat and the substance of the video, but does anyone else find these kids fucking terribly annoying and uninteresting? They look like all of the rejects, like grouped in together. Or maybe I'm just getting old. I mean, if these are considered the cool kids nowadays, fuck me.
We are a family.
We are a team. We are an army.
Christ is our commander.
His will is our charge.
Except that your commander, Christ, his will, you don't know what the fuck it is. You just take the word of like whoever wants to interpret the Bible or whatever, you know, for their own meaning, and that's Christ's will never comes from Christ himself, not from Jesus. It comes from people who claim to speak for Jesus and speak for God. You know, arrogant sons of bitches, kind of like you kids.
We are impacting our friends,
our families, our community,
our state, our country.
We are in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
And we know it.
Failure is not an option.
You'll notice that the war they're fighting is against like secularism. Pretty much. They're not fighting against any other religions, really. I mean, not here in America. I mean, they don't want to afford those religions the same rights, but what they really have a problem with is secularism. And isn't it funny that people come to secularism just not because we're like, secularists are like, we're fighting a war and we want to recruit everybody. Ooh, yeah, and we, like, you know, failure is not an option. It's just facts, common sense, evidence, you know, the fact that you have to be a complete moron to ignore all those things, and then, you know, things like evolution, you're like, there's not enough evidence for that. But then you claim there's plenty of evidence for creationism and shit. Yeah, you deserve to be laughed at. Failure is an option. All you do is fail. All you fuckers do is fail.
We are going to win this war.
If God be for us,
who can be against us?
That was the closest thing to the Hitler Youth I've seen in a while. Like, Gott mit uns.
The thaw has begun.
High school Christian teens,
join us.
Join us. Join us at Reach America.
In the fight for our generation.
For our nation.
For our future.
Go on, join the Waterhead Club. Join us for the future.
In America,
we still hold these truths to be self-evident.
That all men are created equal.
That they are endowed by their Creator
with certain unalienable rights.
That among these are life,
liberty,
and the pursuit of happiness.
And the ability of Christians to ram their shit down your throat. But no? I guess if Christians ramming their shit down your throat, that would make the Christians happy. That's their pursuit of happiness. So fuck your happiness of, you know, if not having it shoved down your throat, imposed on you would make you happy, fuck your happiness. That you're imposing on their freedom of religion by not letting them impose their religion on you, you idiot.
Join the movement at Reach America.
Let's reach our communities.
Let's reach our states.
Let's reach America.
Adults, please pray for us.
Support us.
And get involved.
Together, looking to Christ as a strength, the Thaw will be complete, and America will be one nation under God. Again.
It seems to me you kids need to spend more time actually learning, like, actual history and actual science. Maybe actually open your eyes and realize that, like, just because you might get picked on by a few people, because, I mean, look, let's be honest. If all these kids were atheists, they would still get picked on. These are just kids that are going to get picked on. They're the douchey, nerdy looking kids, and you know, of course someone was going to make fun of you whether you're a Christian or not, okay? So don't be like, oh, they come after me because I'm a Christian. Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night, you fucking tard. Coctopus out.
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
Good. Honestly, I feel that Christianity has way too much power, especially in North America. And it has for the longest time. I don't care if atheists get the power, or Muslims get the power, or Jews get the power. Just as long as someone else gets a turn on the throne, I think I'm okay. Honestly, out of all three religions, Christians, at least in my opinion, seem to have the greatest sense of entitlement. And therefore, to me, they are the biggest hypocrites of them all. But hey, if you don't believe me, keep on watching.
Why can't I pray in school?
Of course you can pray in school, you absolute dipshit. You always had the ability to pray in school, you were just never forced to pray. And that schools aren't allowed to enforce mandatory prayer on everyone. Now, if that's your contention, if that's what you want, to force your prayer towards your God on everyone else regardless of their beliefs, then I'd have to say you're quite the moral monster, aren't you?
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
You don't! No one forced you to somehow abandon your beliefs as soon as you walk through the school doors. You can still walk through the school doors as a Christian just as much as I can as an atheist. It's just not mandatory for you to be a Christian or an atheist or to even care about this shit. Now, if you want to make a big fuss about how not everyone is Christian anymore, then you can go fuck yourself. As for checking your religion at the door, you realize that most schools have world religion class, right? And even for the ones who don't, they have some form of multi-faith club. My school in particular had not only a multi-faith club, but one dedicated solely towards Christian prayer and Muslim prayer. So, unless your contention is that your school was different, somehow shutting out all forms of Christianity in the most Christian place in the world, then I'm going to call bullshit on you.
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
I wrote about God in my school papers. In fact, my grade 11 essay was all about religion and why I thought it to be dangerous and unnecessary in the world. And if I can write about how religion is dangerous and unnecessary, I'm pretty sure you have the same right to write about how you think religion is the best thing since sliced bread. Of course, as I've mentioned before, we're not expected to write about religion.
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
Of course you could talk about God and your faith, sweetheart, but the moment you start saying stupid stuff like, oh, well, fuck all gays, they deserve to go to hell because my God says so, then you can expect a lot of backlash, especially from atheists like me.
Why are they taking God out of my history book?
Because he doesn't exist.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
Because creation is a sad, willy-nilly, pathetically put together excuse for a scientific theory I've ever seen. And if you knew what science even was, then you would be inclined to agree, even if you were Christian. See, the very idea of creation goes counter to everything we know about science. Confirmation bias? Check. Completely questionable research methods? Check. Double standards with evidence? Check. Unverifiable in every sort of way? Check. You name it. Creation falls into every single pitfall that the scientific process tries to eliminate. The reason we teach germ theory or the theory of gravity or the theory of evolution in schools is because they have established facts to support them. Now, the moment a creationist comes along and brings a peer-reviewed paper on creation and is shown not to be biased in any sort of way, then we'll talk. But until then, I'm not holding my breath.
Why am I called names because I believe in marriage the way God designed it?
Because you're a fucking idiot. Marriage existed long before the advent of your religion, and therefore, if your God really did create marriage, it really wouldn't matter, now would it? Besides, I'm pretty sure half of the people in the video that you're in right now are wearing mixed fabrics. So why aren't you wearing clothes the way God designed them to be, unless you yourself are a hypocrite?
Some even call us hateful,
hypocrites,
unloving,
closed-minded,
bigots.
And this is possibly the most frustrating part of Christianity, is how hypocritical they are. You know, Christians spout all sorts of crap about atheists being evil and immoral and how gays are an abomination to nature, and yet when we point out that they wouldn't want those things said to them, they wouldn't appreciate being called an unnatural, immoral, evil bastard, they wouldn't appreciate being preached to constantly when getting an abortion, which is an already traumatizing enough experience, and yet when we point out how close-minded, hypocritical, and assholish they are, oh, well, you just are all hateful, and you're just trying to silence me and my free speech. Well, fuck you, you can keep your free speech, but I have every right to call you out on your shit, and you better not complain. It's like you go on and preach all this fucking shit, and then when we call you on your shit, it's like, oh, well, I'm being called a bigot and all these mean, horrible names just because I tried to shove my religion down other people's throats. Like, fuck you.
In public school, I'm called lesbian
or gay
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself from marriage.
Well, guess what, kiddos? That's the fact. Kids are mean. They find things to pick on, and, well, if you want to save yourself from marriage, that's something they're gonna pick on, okay? For me, I was being called gay all the time because I look effeminate and because I'm short like a girl. So you know what? I had to deal with that shit. So do you. It's not because you're Christian. It's not because we want to pick on you because you're a Christian. It's because kids pick on kids. That's just the way things are. Deal with it.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
When a Christian wants to talk about atheists and gays, oh, immoral, evil, spawn of Satan, you're going to hell unless you buy into our religious crap and donate a whole bunch of monies into the coffers. When we atheists go, you're fucking idiots for believing in that shit. Oh, well, you're being so rude and disrespectful and forcing your beliefs on us. No hypocrisy there.
What we see in our health classes,
sex education,
4th grade and up,
is pornography.
Because those abstinence-only programs have been clearly effective in stopping teenage pregnancies, right?
People make fun of me because I don't believe in abortion.
Sweetheart, if a guy raped you on the street and traumatized you for life, and you weren't allowed to get an abortion, I'm sure you'd change your opinion pretty quickly. And you wonder why we find you an idiot for not believing in the right to get an abortion?
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
Ha! Yeah, right. You know, most of the founders were either atheists or agnostics, right? And even those who were Christians respected the right to keep religion and state separate. As it clearly states, I don't know, in your constitution?
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
The church also used to be the center promoting slavery, aristocracy, and the divide between the rich and the poor, in addition to the endless amounts of corruption that happened within the church itself. So, yeah, just the good old days, huh?
America was once a force for good.
Oh, I like what you're implying, good sir. You're implying that America was once a force for good, as if only Christians and Christianity stood for good. What a load of shit.
What happened?
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
In 1963, the courts ruled the Bible unconstitutional.
saying that if the Ten Commandments were read in school,
a student might feel inclined to follow them.
Really?
Why don't we get the Muslim religion into schools? And why don't we just get the Quran read out loud? And why don't we follow the rules set up by the Prophet Muhammad? Oh, wait, not so gung-ho about that, now are you?
Jesus said we are salt and light.
Salt and light melt ice.
It is time for a thaw.
You know, when Jesus said Christians were like salt, he wasn't kidding. Especially like Christians like you. Because salt does one thing very well when rubbed on a paper cut or any sort of injury. It adds insult to injury. It hurts even more. You know how Christians go to abortion clinics and make the women there feel like shit when they already feel like shit having to get an abortion? How Christians make gays an already very much bullied and ostracized minority feel even more like shit just because they are gay. Yeah, you Christians are definitely like salt.
We are an army.
Christ is our commander.
His will is our charge.
We are impacting our friends,
our families, our community,
our state, our country.
We are in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
And we know it.
Failure is not an option.
We are going to win this war.
If God be for us,
who can be against us?
The thaw has begun.
I think it fair to make a similar call in arms to my secular audience, especially to those who are around my age. People still in high school and university who have to deal with this shit on a daily basis. I call to you. Are you going to sit there and watch as these so-called Christian warriors for God take over every single aspect of your life and shove their religion down your throat and your jacksie so hard that you'll be forced to recite it every day and night 24 hours a day? Or are you going to fight for your right to believe or not believe whatever the fuck you want? And even if you are a Christian, even if you believe in this stuff, which would you prefer? If you honestly looked at it from an objective point of view, if you looked at it as if you were an atheist, or Muslim, or Jew, and some other group had the majority of power in this country, which would you prefer? Would you prefer to have your right to speak against that power? Would you have your right to believe whatever you want, even if it was different from the majority who holds power? Or would you rather be ostracized and punished for being different? So, what's it gonna be? May the truth always be heard.
Christianity is being completely frozen out of America.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Why can't I pray in school?
Yeah, you can. It's mandatory or teacher-led prayer that's not allowed.
Why do I have to check my religion at the door?
You don't have to. If you want to stay closed-minded, stay closed-minded.
Why can't I write about God in my school papers?
Yeah, you can. Try it. It works.
Why do I have to tolerate people cursing my God, but I am not allowed to talk about God in my faith?
If somebody is directly assaulting your beliefs, you have every right to verbally defend yourself.
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
There is no historical evidence for God. Therefore, it can't be in the history book.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
Because it's not a fucking theory. You've read a book and believed the plot to be true. There's no evidence for creationism.
Why am I called names because I believe in marriage the way God designed it?
I'm going to take a guess that one of the names you were called was bigot. Because you start bitching about two men or two women getting married even though it has no negative effect towards you. Then you're a bigot.
Some even call us hateful.
Hypocrites.
Unloving.
Close-minded.
Bigots.
Hey, I was right.
Why can't Tim Tebow praise God after making a touchdown without causing a national uproar?
We looked up this guy, and he's done more than just pray. According to this article, he's made an anti-abortion advertisement. Now, with the pro-choice stance becoming increasingly popular in America, you have to understand when you start sharing your opinions and those opinions are controversial, you're going to be faced with a lot of people criticizing your stance. I don't think Hitler was sitting at his desk wondering why everybody hated him. He understood why people opposed him. Why can't you be more like Hitler?
The football coach at Ridgeland High School in Georgia was investigated by the school board.
Did he abuse a student?
Is he a terrorist?
No, he didn't abuse them and he's not a terrorist. He broke a rule. You don't have to beat kids or blow them up to be investigated by the school board. Forcing your religion onto them will suffice.
He allowed local churches to feed his football team. In public school, I'm called lesbian
or gay
for not kissing or for wanting to save myself from marriage.
In public school, dating is an obligation.
I've gone without dating in public school just fine.
In public school, people are rude and disrespectful towards Christians.
Bullying is common.
What we see in our health classes,
sex education,
4th grade and up,
is pornography.
I don't know what they showed you, but they showed me a woman giving birth. If you can masturbate to that, you're a fucking weirdo.
Dirty jokes fill the hallways between classes.
Because people like dirty jokes. It's not their fault that you're a humorless twat.
During class,
before school,
at lunch, after school,
on the bus, off the bus.
Get the idea? Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
Did you fall asleep during history class? Because as I remember it, all the founding fathers were deists. Thomas Jefferson didn't believe the miracles, and Thomas Paine wrote the nearest book about atheism, called Common Sense. Do some research before you make assertions.
My grandparents tell me that the church used to be the center of the community.
Your grandparents are not a source for knowledge.
In school, prayer and pledge to the flag was welcomed and appreciated.
No one would dare not to stand, place their hand over their heart, and recite the pledge.
That's not where your heart is.
America was once a force for good.
America was once the hope for the world.
When was America the hope for the world?
What happened?
In 1962, the Supreme Court ruled that prayer was unconstitutional in schools.
Prayer was not determined unconstitutional. This is what really happened. I'll read from the Supreme Court ruling. The case involved the mandatory daily recitation by public school officials of a prayer written by the New York Board of Regents, which read, "Almighty God, we acknowledge our dependence upon Thee, and we beg Thy blessings upon us, our parents, our teachers, and our country." The Supreme Court deemed it unconstitutional and struck it down, with Justice Black writing, "It is no part of the official business of the government to compose official prayers for any group of American people to recite as part of a religious program carried out by the government. Prayer is not unconstitutional. Mandatory prayer is, you moron."
In 1963, the courts ruled the Bible unconstitutional.
Because when mandatory prayer was determined unconstitutional, they decided the teacher reading the Bible to his or her students was unconstitutional as well.
Saying that if the 10 Commandments were read in school, a student might feel inclined to follow them.
Really?
Yes, really. Children don't need the Bible to show them how to behave.
For over 50 years, Christians have been unwilling to get involved. People who do not love our God have stolen our country.
We haven't shown shit.
Jesus said we are salt and light.
Jesus doesn't know human biology.
Through the power of Jesus Christ, we proclaim today.
We refuse to be frozen out at the public square. Our voices will be heard. Let's reverse it. Fix it.
You shouldn't fix what isn't broken.
We are going to turn it around.
This is a call to our generation.
We are calling on the youth of America to join us.
At ReachAmerica, we are creating a Christ-centered counterculture, a C4 community.
Christians in C4. Oh no.
A place filled with Christian teens on a mission
to reach America and our friends for Christ.
Christ and our country matter to us.
At ReachAmerica, we are learning to lead our generation.
We are servants, encouragers.
We are learning to hear God's voice and adjust our lives to His will.
God is changing our lives.
We are building life-changing relationships.
We are a family.
We are a team. We are an army.
Christ is our commander.
Good luck receiving orders.
His will is our charge.
We are impacting our friends,
our families, our community,
our state, our country.
We are in a war for the hearts and souls of our generation.
Of course you want war.
And we know it.
Failure is not an option.
You're gonna get to know failure really well in the coming months.
High school Christian teens.
Join us.
Join us. Join us at ReachAmerica.
I knew you were a cult.